Mark from the Bulls just texted in. So great and grateful this station over the years. We'll miss you, Hoss. Best wishes. Good on you, Mark. He's been a regular across many of our shows. Another one. I'm 62. Hang on.
Oh, they're flooding in.
They're flooding in. I was about to start one. There it is. I'm 62 years old. The station has been a soundtrack to my life. Much of the time, I'm not even interested in whatever race might be on. My love of trots. My late brother-in-law, Alan Scooter Tubbs, and his daughters Amy and now Jess have kept me invested. Still only a $2 punter, despite my first two bets at the showgrounds winning when I was just 7. Ian's Idol and Just Money. I'm already missing all your characters. Cheers. All the best. Ian B. from Paran. Ian, thank you very much for those kind words. We do often forget that we are a soundtrack, and when you're particularly here for a long time, that people grow listening to you. And Patrick Doyle know that in 20 years when he's still doing coordination, and people know the voice of Patrick Doyle. So it is something that we often forget because we sit behind a microphone and we talk and we do our job. But for many of us, it's more than a job because we love coming in here every day and being a part of your life. Brendan Delaney called Seymour today, and Patrick told me that when we crossed him for the last, he'd paid an accolade to the station. But because of my tightness of getting to Brendan...
You kept talking, Andrew.
We didn't hear it. All we heard was, they're away. So I stuffed it up, Brendan. We thought we'd better get you on the phone as you drive home.
I waited for the last possible moment, Andrew, as well, knowing that you were going to be on at this time and knowing how late you can cross to a race. But no, last time for RSN was the little call that we gave. So no, it's a sad day for racing. And as that text message said, the soundtrack to their life, it's the soundtrack to my life. Pretty much, you know, growing up 3, 4, 5 years old, the races were always on. It was always RSN. It was John Verdigan. It was Brian Mazzoletti. It was Brian Martin, Brian Markovic. They're the voices I grew up with.
Well, a text has just come through. Sean from Nowra in New South Wales. I can remember the callers, and there's a list of them here. Brian Martin, Brian Markovic, Brian Blackmore, Peter Eustace, Ron Hawkswell, Rob Tester, Lachlan and Rick McIntosh, Bailey, Adam Crittenden, Adam Olzanski, John O'Flaherty down at Warrnambool, Tom Shillington at Horsham. He owned a fish and chip shop, did Tom, but he always turned up there at Horsham. Matt Hill, Brendan, and I'm not making it up, Brendan, am I, Patrick?
No,
your name is
Brendan.
there. Brendan Delaney, Paul Hammond. There's a cavalcade of race callers through the years. Some have called and retired and moved on, and some, like yourself, Brendan, have got the exciting times ahead. And I know through the life of recent times, there was some difficulty when Bernard and I came out and saw you, but you come out the other end and you stay at Seymour and there's opportunities there, so you keep your head up like you've done.
And then finding yourself there on Melbourne Cup Day alongside Greg Miles and Dean Lester and the hubbub of it all, it was you know, you could only say it was a dream to do the role that I did for RSN, and on with it upwards. We've got plenty of work, so yeah. I'm very happy to still be contributing to the radio station.
Because in recent times, and will continue to do so, because RSN will continue to be broadcasting the racing. Let's not think that this is an end for many of us, but from midnight tonight, it's a new owner. Give them a go. That's what I urge. I don't think that we just say, oh no, we're never going to listen to RSN again. They are the race broadcaster, Patrick, John, all the race callers, yourself, Brendan. Everyone is still going to be heard on RSN. So give them a go, and they will start from midnight tonight. Now, what I want to do, because I want to play 10 in the next 10 minutes.
Oh boy!
And that's a famous UZ jingle. So play one.
The right spot on your dial. Whoopee! 930, the greater 3UZ.
The days of the UZ jingle. There's someone's just texting saying, there it is. I woke every morning to the UZ jingle, the Greater 3 UZ on my up and go and walk the greyhounds. I've listened to the station my whole life and still do here at work. I'm pre-reading this as I go because I don't want to say the wrong thing. Ash from Kyneton. I've been questioned by the boss, why are you listening to the races? My reply is always, it's all I listen to. Every car radio and radio at home is always on RSN. I'm so sad that the station has been sold, and I hope the format doesn't change too much. Thanks for the memories, guys. Ash from Kyneton. Hey, Ash, thank you for being a part of our life too, because you are the most important thing of all. And Patrick, if I'm going to give you some advice, with about 9 minutes to go in my media life, and also to you, Brendan, the most important person is the one that's listening to you. You can't see them, and you don't think too much at times of them because you're doing your job. The most important thing is the listener, and you need to keep them up to date with all the information. They're the thing that keeps the whole thing rolling. And I know, Patrick, you're starting in a role like this, mixing up with your calling. I want you to remember that. Because it is so crucial, the listener. Ash, thanks for texting in. Hey, Brendan, we'll let you get on your bike and keep going, mate. Thank you, and when are you calling again?
I've got some early trials. I'm going to see some fast horses in the dark, pretty much. I think at Caulfield on Tuesday we've got some trials there, but then next on Thursday night at Warrnambool Greyhounds. So a little bit of work to do. But Hoss, congratulations to you on the work that you've done at the radio station, because we were in a little bit of a tight spot when you came on board, and it was a mighty effort from you to have a crack, and we were really going along really nicely there. So for your work and contribution to RSN as a listener, thank you.
Good on you, Brendan. Thank you very much. Brendan Delaney there on the way home from calling at Seymour. Good luck, Andrew. We'll miss you and Blue Eyes. All the best, Jared from Burleigh Waters. All the best, Hoss. Please tell me the sound archives are secure. Some of the most iconic and historic race calls in Australia. It should never be lost. Part of the soundtrack of Australia. And that's the one thing we've done in the last 2 or 3 months, is work with the National Archive in Canberra, and they have a base in Melbourne, that they have so much of the history of the station, so we know exactly where it is if required. Give us another one of those UZ jingles.
The Greater 3 UZ, the station with the nicest listeners. The Greater 3 UZ, for active people on the go.
For active people on the go. That's a good little one. Play us the next one there.
The station that you're listening to, is 3 UZ in Melbourne.
Oh, that was up and about. Play us the next one.
The Greater 3 UZ.
Now that's the one I've been looking for.
They're all random. I can't pick who's who.
Oh, by geez, I'd love to play that again. Can how many tracks are there? Do we know how many tracks?
I'm not sure how many Craig put on there.
That is the one for me. The Greater 3.
I'll be able to find it, actually. I'll find it for you.
No, it's we're 7 minutes too. What about the... and I want to remind that from 6 o'clock we have 6 hours of reminiscing around the station. If you want to listen to the racing, it's available on RSN Extra tonight, and from midnight the new owners take us. So if you want to listen to the racing, RSN Extra on the app and RSN .net.au. Hello, Andrew. Really enjoying the show and reliving the memories of this wonderful radio station that I was privileged to be a part of for many years. It's Paul Langham. I mentioned him earlier. My first night was on air in August 1989 with John Brown. I value the experience gained, and JB and of course the headmaster JV, along with Brian Maz and Craig Ferguson. To you, Andrew, thank you for your support for many years. I was involved in this great industry. That's Paul Langham, who I mentioned earlier was a coordinator. Hey, Andrew, I wish you all best. You tried your best. Loved you and John Henry's banter. It was absolutely fantastic. Kenny from Cranbourne.
On your Kenny.
Play another jingle. You found it.
I found it.
You found it. Just play another one, Rand.
You get all the news and all the sports, all the traffic and weather reports. So dial 930 Sun Radio. It's great.
I was a 12-year-old schoolboy, said Griffo from Glenroy. Can you please play a replay of Bold David winning the Inter-Dominion at the Showgrounds at a 33-1 chance for the great Alf Simons? Griffo, I'm sorry, but we haven't got that replay.
I need more than 5 minutes to find that one.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, Griffo, but I gave you a mention. That's where I'm going to have to leave you with that. Hoss, can someone please make the jingles available to download? I need them, E and B. I reckon if you went to YouTube and put in the greater 3UZ, I reckon they're on there, E and B. I've got no other way of getting them to you, Ian, because but I'm going to stand that I reckon if you went to YouTube and wrote in the greater 3UZ jingles, then I reckon you might be able to find them. I would like to wish Hoss all the best for the future. He's had a distinguished career in the media for the past 47 years. Speak highly of him. Jason from Mooralbark, good on you, Jason. Boys, I've been a racing fan since the 1980s and returned to RSN after a period away. I'm looking forward to the new era that RSN is embarking on. I've been promoting RSN via Facebook, hopefully thousands of new listeners who would not normally listen to racing on the radio, let alone RSN. That's Jason from Mooralbark. He sent a couple in there. So racing does continue on RSN going forward. No change in the format there as I continue to work through. Yes?
I've just had a Google on YouTube. There's an 11-minute 3UZ jingle package.
Yep.
You can search up on YouTube.
So do that on YouTube. Play us another one of those jingles.
Happiness is listening to. Happiness is listening to. Happiness is listening to.
The greater
3UZ.
Just put you in a good mood.
It does. I don't know whether I play that one again or I play the other one again. I love that one.
Right.
I love that one.
I'm going to stab in the dark because I can't see their name.
We've only got 3 minutes to go here. Righto. I want to play Ron Hawkswell, if I can.
Yep.
Melbourne Cup 1990. This was a very, very good greyhound in its time.
They're racing. Highly Blessed away brilliantly. She's gone straight to the lead, the favourite. Highly Blessed 2.5 in front. Black Pirate running second. Sing Along is third. Autumn Cherry near the tail of the field in trouble. Was Kareem Eureka Man. It's Highly Blessed, a length and a half clear. Black Pirate is second. Far away to Sing Along. Then came Yappameek, followed by Autumn Cherry at the inside. Then Never Short. Eureka Man at last. Kareem, but Highly Blessed is slaving. She's about 3 or 4 lengths out in front of a Black Pirate. Going through on the inside is Sing Along, but Highly Blessed racing away. The favourite wins the cup. 6 lengths to Sing Along. Black Pirate third.
Yeah, what a beauty. Ronnie Hawkswell calling the 1990 Greyhound Melbourne Cup Highly Blessed. It. Well, what do we got? We got a minute 50 before we finish.
Andrew, just before we finish, can I say thank you from me to you?
Of course you can.
For giving me so many opportunities here at RSN. It's led to things I didn't think could happen. I dreamt of them doing it, such as this job. So I want to thank you for putting faith in me to do so many things here at the station. It's been great.
No, fantastic, Patrick. And I always, the one thing I will always encourage wherever possible is to promote the young people to come through. And I remember you saying to me, I want to try that race day coordination. And I looked at him like I thought, geez, I don't know about that. Yeah, but you and John Henry will be a key factor of RSN going forward, and you should be proud of getting a roll down there. And tomorrow at midday, when you listen to RSN, Patrick will be on in the afternoons and John Henry will be on air between Tuesdays and Saturdays. And what are you on Sunday and Monday?
Sundays and Mondays, yep.
Yeah, so good news for our racing fraternity. So the next 6 hours is non-stop racing and radio memories. Memories that you may have heard, some you won't. But take it in for what it's worth. At midnight, the new owners, the Sports Entertainment Network, take us for the future. I want to wish all of them the very best for morning programming, new that will come through on RSN from 6 tomorrow morning, and racing in the afternoons and evenings. So I most sincerely wish them all the very best. It's been 47 years for me as a part of media, working 7 days a week and loving every minute. I never wanted to do anything else but work in radio. It's been an absolute honour to work on this station and the others that I have. Stand by as we reflect on the history of 3UZ to RSN.
Dean Lester is a friend to many. He's the heart and soul of the RSN family. He's the man punters around the country have relied on for more than 4 decades. But in this interview, you're about to hear Dean Lester like never before. His vulnerability will inspire you. His courage will ignite you. His passion and love for life, I promise you, will make you smile. So sit back and hopefully you'll enjoy this chat with our mate Dino as much as I do. Dean Lester, welcome to Your Life. You're the first ever guest here on RSN Central's Your Life, so congratulations.
It's a great privilege. Thank you, Gareth.
Now, there's plenty to discuss. There's a lot of people when I'm out and about ask me, what's Dean Lester like? And I'm looking to hopefully telling your story a little bit differently. First of all, you grew up on the Mornington Peninsula, is that right?
Pretty much, Gareth. Yeah, we moved around a bit early doors. My family had stud farms, and I was born at Dramana, and then we moved to a farm just near Officer, and then up into the Dandenongs at Gembrook, and we had, we stood stallions and things like that. But it was decided, it was about at the end of grade 2 that to move down to Langwarrin to pursue probably a better level of schooling, and I went to Peninsula Grammar and enjoyed my schooling down there. So Peninsula and Cranbourne sort of area pretty much in my formative years.
Did you enjoy your childhood, Dino?
Yes, I did, Gareth. I was very lucky. I was an only child, but so I was rather spoiled, and I enjoyed all the things that young boys get up to with sport. It was all part of my life. Cricket, footy, golf, tennis, whatever I could play, squash, whatever we get our hands on, play sport. And of course horses were always lurking in the background there, because they were virtually a constant from when I was born. I had a Shetland pony, and I was around, the stud horses, so I'd just taken horses for granted, if you like, and always had horses in the paddock, and when the opportunity came, gave them a ride, but got a little bit more serious about it when I was about 13. So
I'll have a chat about the love that you have for the horses a little later on, Dino, but I want to know one thing. Did you have a hero growing up?
Probably Roy Higgins, because I knew Roy from when I was 4 years of age. I can't remember my life without Roy not being in it, and to the extent that in 1972, when I was 4 at the time, I was in hospital. I was born with a condition called spina bifida, and I'd had some corrective surgery, and Roy had organised for me to get seating right near the winning post for the Cox Plate, virtually a day leave to go to the races and watch Gunsynd was probably my hero, if you like, and Gunsynd and Roy went on to win the Cox Plate, and then Roy about a month later presented me with a beautiful framed signed photo of him coming back to scale with the skull cap raised, and I've still got that today, and also a saddle that he used on Gunsynd, which I've certainly got to still to today.
Did you realise how big Roy was?
No, I don't think you do. And someone in your life is just there. I used to, in school holidays, my grandfather was Roy's golfing partner, so every Friday at Keysborough they'd play they'd win money. But in school holidays, I'd caddy for either Roy or my grandfather, and so you'd be there with them for 4 or 5 hours. So Roy was just Pop's mate and Dad's mate, and he'd come up to the farm, and it was he was just there. And then it's only when you sit back and realise he won 11 jockeys premierships and all the races that he did, and everything that he did do and achieve, that you realise I was lucky to be in the presence of greatness from an early age.
Tell us about your dad and your mum. First of all, Dino, what about your old man?
Okay, so they were by the time I can remember they'd separated, but my dad was very much it was footy and racing and cricket, and he was very much a good sportsman in his day, and mainly cricket and golf, but he had a passion for breeding horses, and that's why we were on stud farms, and he was a bit of a dreamer, I would say, because he had he liked to dream big about trying to breed a good horse, and never really got it to the heights that he probably wanted, but he still had some good horses. And he was by trade, he ran a painter and decorating business, quite a big commercial business, and did some of the bigger buildings in Melbourne, like the Rialto and things like that, painted them out, and he was obviously very good to me. I'd see him sort of weekends. Mum was the absolute rock for me, because I had medical challenges, and she had to sacrifice a lot to get me to where I wanted to be. But what they never stopped me from doing was anything. There was no limitations, so I could really whether it would be cricket, footy, and then there was my grandfather, my dad's dad, Pop, who was probably even more of a father figure in lots of ways, and the support, and he'd be every game of sport over played. Even had a go at soccer at one stage, and he lobbed on a Friday afternoon and watched that. So he was certainly there for everything that I did.
Your mum, Sandra, tell us about your mum and the influence that she's had on your life, Dino, because you sound like you're a bit of a mama's boy to me.
Oh, well, I don't think there's any doubt about that.
Yep.
But mum, well, I mean, it wasn't easy for her, with, as an only parent, bringing up a child that had issues, and she'd work a couple of extra jobs to make sure that I had everything. Not that Dad didn't provide for us, but if we wanted the added extras like the holidays and things, Mum would be working at the squash courts or the bowling alley or whatever, and it was my schooling was at Peninsula, and we lived was probably 20-25 minutes from Peninsula, but she didn't want me to catch the bus, so she drove there every day and back, and any sporting events I went to, when I qualified for the Victorian Juniors, and when we won it as a team in golf in 1984, she was my caddy. All the variety of things. When we wanted to pursue, when I said to her, we had an old racehorse there, we should give this a go. Why don't we start training it? And got a trainer's license, and then forged a really good career out of it. Training, for 27 years or something. So she, it gave her another thing. Then we had a greyhound, so she got her greyhound license. We shared so much together, and then she remarried when I was about 18, so it was probably the perfect time for the next part of her journey and the start of my journey. But whenever I've needed Mum, she's been there, and I think we've had a pretty good life together in that regard, and it's been wonderful.
So Dino, your mum actually taught herself to be a horse trainer and a greyhound trainer?
Pretty much, Gareth, from running stud farms and running adjustment farms, then it sort of parlayed into, in time, getting involved in horse training, and then with the greyhounds, it was basically just being a total sponge and asking all the questions of all the right trainers. The best man at the time to ask was a fellow called Ned Bryant that greyhound people out there would know well, and Mum just used to ask him questions non-stop and go there every Sunday and get our greyhound checked, and from there went on to win a couple of races, and then always had a love of both sports.
Yeah, so she enjoyed and challenged Dino.
Very much so. Bringing me up was probably one of them.
Yeah.
So she's certainly done that in both sports.
Talking about the challenges that you had to overcome growing up, Dino, you were born with spina bifida. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, I can. It's sort of... as you said, I was born with it, so I didn't know any different. But it was something that involved a lot of surgeries early days, both on my legs and internally, and a lot of corrective surgery to help me walk and things like that. But once I was up and about, I didn't know any different, and really that's probably the attitude that I was given through my parents, just to keep trying anything and doing whatever you can, and I was lucky in that regard.
Do you remember growing up when it got hard at some stages, Dino?
I never really understood, to be honest. I'd get teased at school, and I didn't understand. I didn't know what the fuss was, and I can remember it as vividly as anything. I was running late for school one morning. I turned around the corner ear, so I saw myself walking towards a door, and so I saw my reflection, saw how I walked, and then I understood why the kids thought that was a bit weird. So because my legs would go outwards a bit, so that was a really vivid memory when I was about 14.
How did you deal with all of that as a kid, getting teased and bullied because of your condition?
I punched on a few times. I know that.
How'd you go, Dino?
No good. I learned that very quick. I was no good at that at all.
Yeah.
So no, look, it was a bit of a challenging time.
Was it sport, Dino, that helped you get through these challenging times as a youngster?
Yeah, and that's what I immersed myself in sport. Whether it be watching, reading, anything, stats, playing, whatever I could get my hands on, whether it be cricket, footy, tennis, golf, you name it, I'd have a go at it and learn about it. So that was probably how I dealt with things through my younger years.
Now, Dean, I know that you're a modest man. Tell me that you played off 8 in golf as a youngster. Do you ever think what could have been with your sporting ability if you didn't have spina bifida?
No, not really. No. You don't think it, I feel for people that are struck down with an injury and have to adapt their life after having everything going smoothly. I really didn't know any different, so to me it was just that's how you live life. But I see a good friend of mine like Danny Burton, who has had to adapt his life after a terrible fall, and that I find that would be really hard to do. But my life, it's been fantastic, and with regard to the golf, I absolutely loved it. But I got a reality check, Gareth. I was playing junior pennant I was a member at the Amstel Golf Club at Cranbourne, and I played junior pennant against Rossdale down on the water there, and I actually came up against Brad Hughes, who ended up winning 2 Masters, and Brad gave me the greatest hiding in a match play, and that's when I realised I was a long way off the pace. Now,
Dano, tell us about this operation that you had when you were around 18.
Yeah, I can. Medically it was quite revolutionary. So when I was about 3 years of age, it was diagnosed that my bladder wasn't going to grow big enough to be functional. So I used to use an actual bag, and by the time I was 18, the research had showed that in fact they could do things to change things around with my bladder, give me medication to help it, and I had what was called an undiversion surgery. Now, I was the 11th in the world to have it, the 4th in Australia. It was an 8-hour procedure. I was not very strong for, as you said, I was in hospital for a month, but I was not very strong for 6 or 8 months. But in the same time, I thought, well, seeing I'm on the sidelines, I had a knee reconstruction as well, which I needed to have, and I think probably having the two surgeries fairly close together knocked me around even more. So yeah, I was probably through the end of schooling and then through to I was nearly 20. I probably went through 18 months there where not much was going on.
In a way, the hurdles that you had to overcome as a youngster, Dino, do you think that they held you in good stead for the person that you are today? With work ethic and determination and ambition to be the best that you possibly can?
Yeah, I think there's no doubt about that, Gareth. I think that's probably, but probably hasn't made me as empathetic as maybe I should have been in some sort of parts of my life, because I've been so driven to my own, to strive to my own goals or conquer my own sort of battles that I certainly could have been more empathetic to others, I think.
Yeah, have you become that, do you think, later on, Dino, and do you feel better for being that?
I'm hoping so, and yes, and I do, yeah, absolutely, and that's something that only probably maturity and experience and good people around you teach you.
So what other lessons have you learnt, Dino, or what advice would you give now to a young Dean Lester?
Don't be afraid to be vulnerable.
Yeah.
Never give up. And the other thing is, don't be afraid to admit that you're wrong. There's nothing wrong with saying that you got something wrong, and passing the blame on to others doesn't do you any good, because you don't learn from it. And I think I've got a great friend in the media through for 25 years, Tony Leonard, who calls the football for 3AW, but he said to me, the greatest thing you've got in your kit bag is to say that you're wrong, and he's right. And I think it puts you back on a level that the punters understand. I mean, we all make mistakes, and if you get something wrong, so be it. But always know I'm trying my best for the punters. When I'm saying something on the radio, I believe it to the 100%, but doesn't mean that I'm going to get it right.
Can you remember when you learnt to be vulnerable, Dino?
Yeah, you get a handing over. Probably, I went to the, as I said, I worked the Swan Hill Carnival every year, and in 2002, I went to the carnival, and I felt really, my legs were starting to not work how I wanted. I felt really a bit scared being at the races, to be honest. And I remember leaving the course that day and thought, the next time I'm here, I don't think I'll be walking off the course. And I stewed on it for about 6 weeks, and then I went to a place called Scooters Australia and got advice on getting an electric scooter, and how I should go about it. And I had to virtually hand over my independence of walking in lots of ways to a machine, and that was the time I'd sort of I'd been sort of not rebellious, but I'd felt strong enough that I could continue on. But that moment resonates with me very strongly, leaving Swan Hill that day.
And how did you get through that then, Dino?
The biggest thing was going to the races.
Were you worried what other people would be saying about you behind your back? And
yeah. And look, I mean, it's not something that you should worry about. But before the advent of Twitter, etc., there was the forums, racing forums, and there was one in particular there was 160 people debated the fact that they'd seen me at the races and I was on a scooter, and did I have a medical condition, or was I in fact lazy? And I thought, that's just really nasty, and just really, if that's how people perceive me, I felt really, I'd sort of, I can remember, the first few times I had the scooter, get into the races before the first, and I'd park it in the mounting yard, and I'd still be able to walk to do interviews, etc. And then I'd get on it after the last, and I'd wait until a lot of the crowd had gone, and then virtually sneak out to the car. And I had to own it eventually. So yeah,
and how did you do that? Was there a turning point? when you decided, well, enough's enough, I don't care what people say? Or was there someone that helped you with that progression?
I think you know, your mates, you know, they understand, they know what you've gone through, and I remember it was Emirates Day in about 2002, and Luke Curry actually said to me, God, they're a flash set of wheels. I said, you want to go, don't you? He said, yeah, I do. And I said, well, if you win on Mackay Diva and the Queen Elizabeth, you can have a go. And to say he nearly cleaned up about 10 people in members on my scooter, and I thought that was funny, and I thought, yeah, that's an acceptance, and I was all right with it after that.
Your love of the horse, Dino. You have to love the horse to do what you do, but where did that bond come from?
Oh, I think just growing up around them, and as I said, I think they were pretty much second nature because they were always around me. But what I have noticed, the love of the horse grow when I haven't been able to have them around me so second nature in the last 10 or 12 years, and just having that one-on-one time with them, and you know, actually, you know, the touch, the feel, the smell, just them, you know, being part of your life. And I think that's, you know, I think some of the modern day people that get involved in racing, whether it be punting or analysing or anything, they're lesser for that experience, and I'm very fortunate that I've had that experience, and that's one bit of advice I try and give anyone, that if they can, you know, round off their experience by having some involvement with the horses, and just asking the horse people questions, because they'll tell you about a horse's personality, and in time you can actually use that to your advantage, whether you're an analyst or even a punter. If you listen to what trainers and jockeys say about horses, they all have their different personalities. They're not cars. Yeah,
I enjoy that most when I ask some of the participants sometimes, like, if he or she was human, what would they be like if you took them out for a beer? Would they prefer a cup of coffee, Dino? Every horse has their own character and their personality.
Yeah, they certainly do. You know, like I had a very good mare that I bred probably 15 years ago called Kindred, and she won 4 in town, and I might have patted her once because she used to sit over in the box at the other side, and the same year I bred a horse called Surety, and if he saw you from 20 feet, he'd be virtually running at you for a cuddle. So, you know, that's just them. You know, they're just they're their own entities, and I love that of them, and learning to try and read them. That's the other thing, and that's what you know, when you listen to the people that do the mounting yard reports, and I've been fortunate enough to do them, and Warren Hutley does them, and Jane Ivel, and Lizzie Jelfs, and they get to see them week in, week out, and they actually can read their personalities because they see them, and it's such a valuable tool. Is there one horse in particular that might stand out over the years, Dino, that you just fell in love with his personality or fascinated you and you couldn't quite work out? Oh no, so you think. He was a rock star. He was John Bon Jovi. He had the big hair, he had everything. He was just he had such presence. Soon as he walked into the mounting yard, it's I'm here. You've got to look at me. It was he was the centre of attention, and he was the dominant character. He was sort of like a Wayne Carey-like dominant figure. He was amazing, and I mean, my favourite horse of the Warriors in that era was Zipping, but for actual star value, like, you're blown away when you think. What about a horse like a Takeover Target, for instance, that came from nowhere, purchased for $1,200 by Joe Janiak? When you looked at him in the mounting yard, say for that first time when you probably saw him at Flemington, and he delivered what he delivered on that particular day, did you think to yourself, well, I'll just throw my notes out the window, there is no rule with these horses? Or did he have a special eye, or was there something about him, Dino? Yeah, well, that was in the 2004 spring, and he trialled on Tuesday at the Breakfast with the Stars, and I went out there and perched up at the winning post, and you don't see the horses there down the back, and you see him just come down the straight, and he whizzed down the straight, and I remember just thinking, well, there's the Salinger winner, he will win easily. And soon as the markets went up, there wasn't a lot of pre-post betting at that stage, but there was enough, and he was $7 or $8, and I just kept chipping away and having bets, and I fantastic. And he literally waddled into the mounting yard. They talk about owners being dogs being like their owners. Well, Joe Janiak and Takeover Tarka waddled together, and I thought, what have I done here? And then he came out and did what he did. It was a marvellous piece of sport, piece of theatre, because you just, the emotion that you went through seeing him, and you just thought, how can he win? Like, how could he go so fast on Tuesday and just look so not ready? Like, he looked healthy, he looked beautiful in health, but that's literally, he was, he looked like he'd been in pre-training, not race training, and he came out and he just flew on the Saturday and broke horses' hearts that day.
And listening to you right now, does that just explain the takeover target there, why this game is so beautiful to you, Dino, in a way? Because it's not just about the punt tipping winners, which we all love, but the stories behind some of these horses and these moments.
Oh, exactly right. And, I said, there's, so you think, winning 2 Cox plates. Another horse that won 2 Cox plates, a very, very prominent elder trainer was saddling up a horse next to Northerly in the first year he won the Cox Plate, and he was saddling up his horse in the Moonee Valley Cup, and he said to the strapper, what's all the fuss about with the horse next door? And she said, oh boss, that's Northerly. And he got out and he went round and had a look, and he just came back and shook his head and said, no, that can't be, that can't be Northerly. And that's why it's, they come in all shapes and sizes from all backgrounds, but if it's meant to be that they can run, or they've got that desire, like Northerly was, the great quote of whether it was Fred Kersley or Patrick Payne, that he was the first horse off the bit, but he was always the last man standing, and that's just heart, and that was fantastic to see. And then there's the pure grace of something like So You Think, or watching Black Caviar's brutal strength, or Winx's Herculean performances. They're all great in their separate ways and entities. You
talk to trainers and they talk about their great horses, regardless of what they look like, but they tell you about the eye of a horse. Lindsay Smith's great at explaining this. Fred Kersley's great in explaining this. Do you see that, Dino, sometimes that you just, and this horse just looks at you and looks straight through you?
Yeah, they're genuine. That's the thing, and that's like a person looks at look at the ground, kick the ground. They're a little bit unsure of themselves, maybe, but a confident horse, they've got that look, and they've got that steely determination or kindness or whatever it might be. But it's got that special quality.
Tell me about your association with jockeys and trainers, Dino, because there's a lot of talk about that people go to Dean Lester for advice. Jockeys, trainers coming from interstate, how do we think this horse will go, how will this race be run? Well, Dean Lester will help you out. Is that true?
Well, there's a degree of truth to it. The people will ring just out of the blue, and they just want to know if their horse can measure up to a certain standard, or they're not that familiar with the local form, or and it can be form analysts, and I can do the same with form analysts in Sydney. When a Sydney horse comes down, line me up this horse to something, I can read the form, but tell me a bit about it. And so you had that sort of networking sort of thing, and I think that's the same with trainers, and jockeys will sometimes text you and say, I've got the option of riding A or B, forgetting loyalties of who I might ride for, who's the better horse, and then they can weigh it up from there. So you do get called on for advisement from to be that sort of role. Sometimes I think it's trainers just wanting to be reassured and have their hand held a bit, and just reassured that they're on the right path, and that can be just as important.
Do you have a favourite jockey that you've worked with over the years? I was listening to an interview with Nick Luck talking to Barney Curley, the famous punter trainer from the UK who recently passed away, and he was talking about his association with some great jockeys, the confidence and of Frankie Dettori, and the the story behind his relationship with Tom Creeley, who rode the champion Frankel, but he was a lot different to Frankie. Is there a jockey that stands out for you that you've worked with along the way, Dino?
Oh, I think probably if I broke it down a couple of different ways, if I can, Gareth, the one in my formative years whilst I was learning, because he was learning at the same time as Simon Marshall. We grew up together and he taught me so much at a time when I needed to learn what I needed to learn. The one that I think is the best person that I've worked with and a real talent is currently is Jai McNeil, and the one I had the best rapport with because we just seem to speak each other's language, and that's, you know that in any walk of life. Some people you click with and some you don't, and I clicked with Nicholas Hall. Nick and I just understood each other, and I had, from his first city ride, it was for Quinton Scott on a horse called Dynamiter, and Quinton lived just down the road from me at that stage, and Quinty said, can you take Nick through this horse's runs on video? And he dropped into my place and we watched the opposition runs and we watched her runs, and he came out and he implemented it and won on the day. And from there it was like building a database of rides, and I'd say to him, just ride this, this is a similar horse to such and such, and he'd say, I've got it, right, no worries, and go and get the job done. And he was probably the most efficient that I've ever worked with.
This is Dean Lester's Your Life, and I kick off part 2 asking Dino if he always wanted to be part of the racing media.
Oh, my passion was racing. I didn't necessarily think it'd be media. I was hoping it'd be training, maybe. I was pretty passionate about that, and I was just always asking questions of trainers at the track. Great trainers. Angus Armanasco was a great friend of my father's, and Colin Alderson at Cranbourne, and Cyril Beachy at Cranbourne trained 2 Caulfield Cup winners, and I was always asking questions of them. I remember one day I drove Tommy Hughes mad at the races. I'd been introduced to him, but he was kind enough to just, I was about probably 15 at the time. I just kept asking questions of him all day. And so I was very keen to get involved probably on the training side. But with the physical restrictions by this stage of my health, it was not sort of realistic. But I was going to the track and I was, sort of trying to just learn all facets of it, and a good mate of mine who was a jockey, Barry Spatch White, actually introduced me to a journalist in Adrian Dunn, who was writing for the Herald at the time, and Adrian sort of put my name up to do form comments for the Herald, the Prefer Others and Hard to Beats and all those basic comments of the day, and I got a couple of little opportunities there, but nothing much. As I said, just before my 21st birthday, of course, in late 80s, punters probably don't realise it as much now, but the track clocking was such a vital part and a big part of the newspapers, the racing newspapers, and Graham Schofield, who was the track clocker at Cranbourne, he'd developed an illness, and he'd told the Sporting Globe he couldn't go on, and with what he was doing, and 3UZ, he used to do a spot on 3UZ, and anyway, the secretary at the Sporting Globe, Jenny Simons, a lifelong friend, she had done birthing classes with King Keys's wife, and rang King Keys's wife Louise and said, would there be anyone, do you know of anyone that would be able to do this job? And Ken put my name forward. Jenny rang me, and on that Wednesday afternoon I had the job to go to the track the next morning and clock horses, and then from there Christine Hourigan rang me from 3UZ and asked me if I would be on the Saturday morning, doing the best from the tracks at Cranbourne. So that was the start of being involved in the media. It was very much by chance, but very my best ever 21st birthday present.
So did you find many winners, Dino, clocking them in the early days?
The first week I did the track clocking, or the second Saturday I was on the radio, I'd seen you gallop on the Tuesday, and probably in the time I did the clocking, which was 20 years, it was the second best gallop I'd ever seen was by a horse called Apollo Run, and he came out on the Saturday and he won the Craigley Stakes at 25 to 1. And I thought, well, how easy is this? But it didn't quite work out like that. I'd see these great gallops and they'd run 8th, and I sort of thought, well, I'd done a degree of form. I thought I had some idea, but I needed to sort of really sharpen that up. And again, fortuitously, I was introduced to a guy, David Price, who people know well, of Price Bloodstock, that race in the Footscray colours, and David was probably the preeminent form man in Melbourne when it came to it was the era where videos had just become the real in thing. Punters today probably couldn't even relate to that. But before that, you went just on weights and measures and photo form. We used to buy photo form, but David was the preeminent man, and he sort of showed me the way of how to go about things.
So what was David's best advice?
To back yourself in mainly, and he was, he could be very blunt in his assessment of horses, and that's what you've got to be. You've got to be, strong in your opinion.
So, Dino, what's been the biggest change since you started doing the form?
Well, the videos, as I said, they'd come in by that stage, but I think the class system's the hardest thing, and I still think people are learning. I mean, when I started in racing, we'd just gone from the system where it was maidens, improvers, progressives, intermediates, novice, open handicap, to class 1 to 6, and then open handicaps, and now we've got ratings where horses can go up and down, and that's the thing that you've got to get your head around. So that's probably, for me, that's the biggest change, and something that I think is still evolving, and even with the handicappers themselves, how they tackle it.
Do you still love it, Dino, as much as you did when you first started?
Yes, I'm not as wide-eyed to it probably, and I just could just take it in all the time. But the thing is that by saying I was taking in every bit of racing all the time, it was maybe 4 or 5 meetings a week, and on a Saturday I didn't go to the city meeting. I'd go with one of my best mates, Ivan Culliver, who was a jockey in Gippsland, and we'd go to Bairnsdale, non-tab, or we'd go to Terrelgan, and you'd have a great day, and on the way home, a few laughs, a few drinks, and Sunday no racing, so you'd go out Saturday night and have a good time. So racing in that regard's changed. It's wall to wall, so trying to solve the puzzle of the Saturday meeting, yes, I love obviously the carnivals. I loved Warrnambool recently, but the day-to-day can be a bit of a grind, but you're still, in essence, you're trying to be a detective and solve the puzzle and work out who's going to win, and every race has that sort of story.
Okay, so what about your story here at RSN 927, Dino? Now, people that have been here far longer than me say that you're in the same conversation of the likes of Johnny Vertican, the great Billy Collins, Keith Hillier, with the impact that you've had on this station. Now, how does that sit with you?
Well, that's, I can't quite get my head around that, but I've been on the station a long time, and even today it's surreal, because when I grew up as a kid, my alarm went off at 6:30 every day, and I listened to 3UZ. Not that it wasn't a sports show back in the day. When I was listening to it, it was Don Lane and Peter Breakfast, or it was Tony Barber, the Breakfast of Champions, and you try and win the quiz. Mum won the quiz a couple of times, ringing up, and I'd be in the background throwing the answers to her. So it was, I've absolutely grown up with the station, and through all my life. So to actually be on it, and then to have made a career out of being on the station, it's still, even today, a bit surreal. And I love the place.
So, Dino, many people say that the form panel is the most important hour of their punting week. How did you get the gig on that segment, and was it something that you really wanted to be part of?
Once I got involved in the media, I had eyes for something like that, and great lady that was our producer on a Saturday morning, Marilyn Williams. I kept saying to her when I was doing the track work spot, Maz, is there any chance? She said, write a letter. And so I wrote, and I wrote, and I wrote, and I wrote. I probably wrote a dozen letters, never got a response. And anyway, in 1996, I think, the late Steve Cairns took over as programming manager, and he rang me. He said, I've got 11 letters here from you saying you want to be more part of the station. And I said, that's right. And he said, well, I can't get you on a Saturday morning panel at this stage, but how about we're getting a lot of response. It was when Roy Higgins had just, he'd been doing the mounting yard comments for the Saturday meetings. We're getting a lot of clubs that want that sort of exposure. If Roy can't go to a meeting, would you be interested? And I said, absolutely. So my first meeting was Kyneton Cup Day 1996, and had a good day from the yard, and then it sort of progressed on. I did meetings at Warwick Nabil and Edenhope and Mataura. All the Wimmera clubs got me to their Friday Cup meetings. They were great meetings at the time, and those clubs looked after me magnificently. And then 1998, I did the Swan Hill Carnival for the first time, and I did 10 of those in a row. And then in July 98, I just got a call from Steve, and he said, I need you in the office on Monday. And I didn't know if that was a good or a bad thing. And he said, I just want to do an audio check with you, and if that's okay, you can start on the Saturday panel in mid-August. We're changing it up. And so that was how it started. So I think it was August 22, 1998, I was on the panel.
I think that could be a lesson to everybody out there, especially the younger generation, Dina. When you want something, you just got to go out and get it.
Well, someone might, what you do, it might light a spark with someone. And there were probably two important things with Steve, was those letters. And I never forget that I was going to the one of the country cups on Caulfield Cup Eve 1997, and Steve said, I'm going to the races tomorrow, I don't usually go, have you got a tip from me? So, I might and Power win the Caulfield Cup, and it won at 11-1. So I think when you tip the boss an 11-1 winner, you're starting to get up the tree a little bit.
While we're on the tipping and the punting conversation, what's your best punting advice to people out there? Do what you enjoy. Don't go by what your mates do, or what, if running doubles is your thing, one of my great mates is running doubles or 3-horse Quinellas or things like that, that if that's what you get, one, enjoyment out of, and two, you can actually win at, you do that. For me, it's maybe back a couple in a race, or I like backing horses, like good odds each way, or more the place sort of thing. There's everyone's got their different methodology, but my advice is don't be a sheep. Just do what suits you best. Dino, do you still, dare I say it, do you still enjoy a punt?
I do, but it's certainly not to the days when I was trying to establish, what was, establish lifestyle. I was virtually sort of living off a little bit off the punt there for a while, but I still do. I'm not as adventurous as I once was, but I do. But I also find that if you're going to give advice to people about horses, you shouldn't get too involved, because if you do, you can be too negative on a horse because you've lost money on it, or too positive on it because you've won on it. And it's a bit like with the footy coach scenario, nothing's as good as it seems and nothing's bad as it seems, and you've got to meet somewhere in the middle.
And I guess that in your role, Dino, especially being the most relied on tipster in the country, that there's a lot of pressure on you each and every time that you tip anyway. So it's a punt, it's a big punt in itself, if you know what I mean.
It is. Yeah. It is. Yeah, every time, and that's why I take it so responsibly. If I didn't probably bet more and be more maybe gregarious with my thoughts on them, but I'm try and keep somewhere in the middle and not be too outlandish and try and get that balance right. Does it become a mental game sometimes too, Dino, if you're having a period where you're just not having any luck when you're tipping horses, and you is it like a sportsman in a way that keeps nicking to first slip, but you're thinking well, but you have no luck?
And how do you overcome that and get through those periods?
Just got to keep doing the same thing you do over and over again that you've believed in, and over the journey I've tinkered with different things in what I incorporate through sectional times and all sorts of just little things, I basically do the form the same way every day, and it's served me pretty well. But as you said, when they're not running like you think, or you're having a run of bad luck, you can, I get very down on it.
Yeah. Dino, do you remember the best win that you ever had on the punt? And when you were back in your younger days and living off the punt a little bit, did you used to try and set yourself to have a big bet because you found one horse and you profile your horses really well and you thought, well, this is the day that I'm going to try and pounce?
Yeah, I did a bit. The bigger bets that I had were horses that I actually owned, so I'd wait for them, because you had an involvement with them, and it was more when I was at the track and you're more hands-on, and you're watching them. But no, I certainly remember the best day at the track, right down to the day, Gareth, the 10th of April 1999. So a horse that I was involved in the ownership in, called Go With The Flow, on the Sandown Country Cup, and it was the second leg all up. Robbie Griffiths had a first starter, that one called Soraya, and Soraya's played a massive part of life, because not only did she win that day, but she's the grandmother of a horse called the Quarterback, so I owe a lot to Soraya, and that day especially. So that was a day that we thought they could both win, and had a very, very good day.
So Soraya's produced two life-changing moments for you. That day where how much did you win that day, if it's okay? I know I shouldn't really ask personal questions like that, Dino. You don't have to tell us.
Well, it was enough to pay over half the house off. So,
all right.
Yeah.
So Soraya, and is that? Do you call one part of your house Soraya? Is the Soraya room? Soraya bar?
Soraya won by the barest possible margin that day. I did say to Robbie when we were waiting for the photo, I'll cop a dead heat here, and I've got the photo finish print framed here at home, so it's very much pride of place.
And then the Quarterback moment when he wins that Group 1 down that straight there at Flemington, that's a day that you won't forget. Where would that rate as the best days in your life, Dino?
Oh, very highly, very highly. It was a different day. I still think even though he won, having a Melbourne Cup runner was the greatest racing day, and being involved in the Melbourne Cup. But to have the Quarterback win a Group 1 and beat two icons, really, Blackheart, Bart and Chautauqua, it was something else. And he was a horse that, we thought that was the level he was going to get to, and it was such a journey, because he, as a 3-year-old, we thought he'd be a Guineas horse, and then he couldn't run 1600, and then he had respiratory issues, and you think, you're not going to quite get to that level. And then in a stroke of genius, Robbie said, let's just let him be a horse for 6 months. He tipped him out. I think he was out with old broodmares, and he just let him toughen up and forget about racing, and then brought him in, and the next 6 months, Group 1 winner. It was quite remarkable.
Blackheart, Bart bursting through in search for the Quarterback, and Japanese back with 100 metres to go. Blackheart, Bart, the Quarterback coming at him. Blackheart, Bart, the Quarterback, they hit the line. The Quarterback, I think, from Blackheart, Bart in the photo finish. Chautauqua might be third.
Dino, you dream big. You've had to be resilient and brave throughout your journey with the setbacks that you've had with your health. So I guess the racing industry has inspired you throughout your life?
Well, and it's inclusive, Gareth. There's no one, Royal Ascot's been won, by the Coolmores and the Queen and things like that, and then there's Joe Janiak wins at Royal Ascot. But then, the same at Woolamai, there'll be the picnic trainers win there, but one of the leading trainers might go down there just to put a filly through to win a maiden. So that everyone goes, everyone's very inclusive in racing, and I think it's that's what I love about it, and that. I think it's a very, it's a very, the money motivated sport, obviously, with the punt and everything, but the characters within it, and the people, and the banter, and the not the lightheartedness about the racing, but in the in-between times, some of the banter you can have is just second to none. I think we're a great community.
Now, Dino, you've also been able to form a bond with some powerful and successful people like Lloyd Williams and Jerry Ryan. First of all, what is your relationship with Lloyd Williams and how did that come about?
Well, that's just a late blooming friendship, Gareth. Lloyd very kindly about June of last year rang me and inquired. He'd heard that my health hadn't been good, and he was just virtually reaching out and saying g'day, and he did that every Thursday or Friday right the way through, and then he sort of when COVID meant that Ryan Moore or one of the riders, Shamie Heffernan, weren't going to be able to come out and ride for him in the Melbourne Cup. He said, who would you put on my horse? He said, I've got Ben Mellon for one. And I said, I'd put Jai McNeil on. And he said, I've been watching him a bit. He's going along well. And then he said, he rang me and he said, would you book Jai for that? So I rang Jai's manager, Reece Murphy, and did that. But we just, and share old stories. I can remember all Lloyd's great horses, and we have often a reminisce about those sort of things. So it's more of that sort of racing friendship, and of course he reaching out about my health. But with Jerry, Jerry's been probably the biggest influence in my life in most ways, because he's taught me not about racing. He's taught me about life and surrounding yourself with good people, getting yourself in good teams to get in good headspaces, and you watch what Jerry does successfully in everything he does. He surrounds himself with really good people, and he's the biggest influence on my life.
So when Jerry told you that, Dino, did you have to make changes and work out how you go about using that advice to your advantage?
I certainly did reevaluate things, and the power of having good positive people around you, and a mutual friend of ours, Gareth, Simon Miller, is very big on that too. Positive things happen to positive people, and I just get that reinforcement from Jerry all the time. So I didn't have to make necessarily changes, but it's something that you're sort of well aware of, that you don't want people dragging you down. You want people up and about to make it so that you can make the best decisions you can, or make the best life choices.
Did you realise, like when you met him, that he would have an influence like this on your life, Dino?
Not at all. I met him at a mutual friend's, not really a bucks party, but a dinner, pre-wedding dinner, and sat next to Jerry in about 1998, and his great mate was a St Kilda legend and played for Hawthorn as well, in Stewie Trott. And Stewie's a lover of racing, and he sort of said, I don't really get what you love about this racing all the time with all the horses, and he said, anyway, I've got a couple and we'll see how we go. And he had them with Bart, and the next thing I know, he had a private trainer, and he started which was Nigel Blackiston, and he started building a team, and then he bought the stud farm up at Nagambie, Limerick Lane, and he got right into it, and his passion, and it's just kept evolving and evolving through it, and luckily in 2005 I met with him, and he said, I'd like you to sort of manage. He said, I've got my stud manager and I've got my breeding managers. He said, but I need someone to help me with the coordinating the racing, and I've been in that role ever since. So it's more than just working for Jerry. It's a total friendship, but seeing how he does things is quite remarkable.
Is it true, Dino, and be honest here, did you dominate racing trivia at your local pubs around that Cranbourne area?
No, it was more in town, but we had a Moonee Valley Racing Club. It started, Moonee Valley Racing Club in 1991 had a trivia night on the Tuesday night before the Cox Plate for media and members, and anyway, the Sporting Globe put a table together, and we were lucky enough to win it both years, and the first prize was, I can't remember which bookmaker it was, but it was a $500 bet. And the first year, Matt Stewart and I, in our wisdom, we were the ones heading the table. We'll have the 500 on Shaftesbury Avenue. And, of course, in the Cox Plate of 91, he nearly fell over. Yep. And in the Cox in 92, we won it again. Who we have the 500 on? We had the 500 on Naturalism, who did fall over. So we weren't much good at the. We were good at winning the trivia nights. We weren't any good at parlaying it into some money. But no, we went to. There was a bit of a circuit of them at, around the pubs, the Marine Hotel at Brighton, and there was one in a Chinese restaurant in Melbourne, and in another one in Lonsdale Street. There was quite a few. The Cafe Gold Nugget was the place I was thinking of, and we won quite a few tournaments actually.
Did you used to do Phantom race calls too, Dino?
The Cafe Gold Nugget one I did actually, Gareth.
Yep.
There was a.
Can you do that for us today, or is there a way that we could get a tape of that, Dino?
No, there wouldn't be a tape of it, Gareth, but I can remember that I beat Josh Rodder in it.
Yes.
I can't remember what Josh called. I think he might have called Bone Crusher Waverley Star. So anyway, and this was, the great Bill Collins was the judge, and we were given a script of the horses' names, and I said to Bill, I saw it up on the screen that they had a free shot of the 1987 Australian Cup, and I said, if I don't have the list of the horses, Bill, will that get me extra points? He said, oh, absolutely. So I knew every runner in the race. So it was fortunate enough to win the race call trivia, race call karaoke. It was the only time I partook in it, and I think I'd had enough drink to do it. That was about the key to it.
We can't get you to do it now, Dino.
No, I think my days of...
maybe towards the end.
I've got too much respect for Matt Hill and Greg Miles and co.
No, it's all a bit of fun, Dino, because it's that you can't do. Now, I want to play a little bit of a game. I've called it the final 5 furlongs, so it goes for around a minute. We're going about 11 seconds a furlong here. I've worked it out. Okay. You'd be pretty impressed. Best horse that you've seen, Dino?
Best horse I've seen, Black Caviar.
Best jockey?
Mick Dittman.
Favourite track?
Flemington.
Least favourite track?
Horsham.
A Pink concert or an AFL game, or any concert, musical concert?
A good concert.
Okay. Best footballer that you've seen?
Lee Matthews.
Tiger Woods or Roger Federer? If you had to have dinner with or go and watch them play live sport?
Tiger Woods.
Jack Nicklaus or John McEnroe?
Jack Nicklaus.
Favourite sporting event?
The AFL Grand Final just ahead of the Melbourne Cup, because I'm working at the Melbourne Cup. I think if I was spectating, I'd enjoy the Melbourne Cup more.
Favourite band?
Favourite band? Powderfinger.
Royal Ascot or Warrnambool?
Warrnambool.
Okay. WA or South Australian racing?
WA.
Hamish McLaughlin or Simon Miller?
Oh, I've been in the company of both. It's too much fun. The mac and cheese.
You can't sit on the fence, Dino.
Oh, the great S.A. Miller.
So what can racing, Dino, in your eyes, do better?
My thing with racing is I think we've lost a little bit of pride in what we do because we do it every day. And I'd like to get that pride back a little bit. I see the stables that I see that are doing well, I think have real pride in what they do, and they don't do multiple entries and they don't do things like that, but they aim up and they get the job done, and I think they're getting more and more successful because that's their mindset, where a lot of training operations just not having enough pride, and whether that's because they're time poor, they've got too many horses for what they can actually cater for because that's what the market wants them to have, I'm not sure.
Any regrets, Dino?
Other than doing this interview?
Yes.
No, I haven't got time for them. I've made a lot of mistakes, but gee whiz, if I sat there pondering about them, I couldn't go forward.
Well done, mate. I was a little bit nervous, to tell you the truth, doing this interview, because you have been a hero of mine, a person that I respect, and I knew a little bit of your story, Dino, but yeah, we got to learn a little bit more, and I appreciate your time. You're a star. You're an inspiration.
Thank you, Gareth. I'm just so pleased to have spent so much time on the radio with you, and you haven't given out my home number, so that's
That's another story for another day. We have run out of time. Good on you, Dino.
Thanks, sir.
The bright spot on your dial. 930, the greater 3UZ.
We're celebrating a century of sound. From 3UZ to RSN Racing and Sport. Happy 100th birthday.
This is 3UZ in Victoria. So nice to come home to. So nice. This is 3UZ.
Well, the greater 3UZ is 100 years old, a wonderful achievement, and a great achievement by Brian Martin, who have been associated with it for many, many years. Not 100, but a fairly long time, Brian.
G'day, Cos. Yes, it started in 1972 as a third-string race commentator to two great broadcasters in Bert Bryant and John Russell. But actually, I can rewind it a little bit further back.
Yeah.
My first appearance was on Radio Auditions.
Kidding.
In December of 1966. I was 16 years of age, and that was a talent show that was very big in radio at the time on the greater 3UZ, and I wanted to be a race caller from a very young age, and the family and a few other people said, you go into the radio auditions and call one of your races, and I wouldn't turn up. I was too shy. And anyway, finally went there with my brother by tram from Camberwell, and went on radio auditions with John McMahon, and I called Storm Queen, who won the Memorial Mile at Flemington the last day of the carnival a month earlier in 1966. So I had it all parrot fashion, and called it, and you listen back and I sounded like a mouse. Timid little fella, 16-year-old, and I got 3 gongs, which is the top award, and $2. So that's sort of really strengthened my belief that I could sort of one day make it, but more importantly get into radio. So got into radio not long after that, at about 17 and a half at 3AW as the mail boy and panel operator, and then got a break into Adelaide as a panel operator on the breakfast show and an assistant race caller during the day. And I was there for 2 years at 5VN in Adelaide, part of the Macquarie network, and then the big break came when Bert Bryant, the great broadcaster, heard me calling the Grand National at Victoria Park in 1971. He was on holidays in Townsville. The call filtered through the PA system into the bar where Bert was having a break, and he heard this kid who was 20 at the time call the Grand National, and I got the break and got the call from a wonderful general manager here at 3UZ called Lewis Bennett, and he said, would you like to join our team? Well, I broke my hips getting back from Adelaide to get to 3UZ, and to come home again to work under people like Bert Bryant and Johnny Russell, who was a great friend, and there it was, the greatest break of my life.
Bert Bryant was amazing because it was the era where the race callers were actually like rock stars.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we had 2 great commercial callers at the time, Bert Bryant and Bill Collins. And Bill actually did start some of his early career at 3UZ, way back with Oliver J. Nielsen, and he'd come back, when the station changed back into racing back in 1988. But they were different types of callers, but brilliant. No television at the time through the 60s. Racing was all about the theatre of the caller presenting and painting the picture. And Bert was a rapid-fire caller. Bill was a little bit slower. He was called the accurate one. Bert was the showman. So there was this embarrassment of riches of great broadcasters at the time, and to come in and work under those guys through my early stages, I consider myself very, very lucky. But they were stars on radio.
There was one race call that's been translated into many, many languages around the world. It's the two-horse race, Rain Lover, Big Faloo, that Bert called at Flemington. And for those who've never heard it, it's hysterical.
It's a beauty. It's a beauty. And the story behind that was that the two horses were aiming towards a particular race, which was the Queen Elizabeth Stakes, and all the entries that didn't go and accept dropped off, and there were only two left. And I think the VRC were going to scrap the race, and it might have been Jack Elliott at the time from the Herald who got into the VRC. He said, hang on, this can really work for you. A two-horse race, Higgins and Pat Hyland, Roy Higgins and Pat Hyland, Big Faloo, Rain Lover, two-star weight for age horses. Make it happen. And Bert called the race, and he knew that he had to fill in at over 2,000 metres. He had to fill in a bit of time. It's sort of a bit over 2 minutes, and he spoke about Roy's wife just having a baby, or they were betting on what the sex the baby would be, the two jockeys, and that'd get rid of 2 furlongs, another 2 furlongs. He'd talk about something else, and then the race developed into a fantastic battle between the two of them from the home turn, and the heads are up and down, stride for stride of the line, and even on the line they weren't too sure who'd won. So they were the wordsmith at the time, and Bill's call was brilliant too, but they painted the picture for the listener, and as you say, that'll go into folklore.
There's not going to be any change in the order, I wouldn't think, for at least 5 furlongs, so about the best we can tell you at this present stage. It's a glorious day in Melbourne. It's a balmy 72, the track's perfect, and we're watching one of the best two-horse races as far as big names is concerned for many a long day. Well, that's got rid of about 2 furlongs. Let's go over to the mile. There's Pat Holland having another peep over the shoulder on Rain Lover. He's still about 2 lengths in front, and Roy Higgins is bowling along, and Big Faloo couldn't give a hang at this particular stage. I was thinking about his little daughter at home, only a week old. At the 7.5 furlongs pole, and Rain Lover out in front. Holland got Higgins' money too over the birth of that baby, being a daughter and not a son, and you can bet your sweet life that Higgins here is after it back, and Holland is just as anxious to keep it because it's pretty hard to get. At the 6.5 furlongs pole, there's been no change in the order. It's Rain Lover still bowling along, about 2 lengths in front. Big Faloo taking a very casual sit behind it. He's gradually getting a little bit closer. I wonder if Harlan will try and steal a march down the side. Showing no signs of it at the moment. He's dictated a nice even pace out in front. They haven't walked. They've gone along as a good true match race should do. At the half mile, it's Rain Lover with Harlan sitting against it. Plenty of juice left in the tank. Now creeping up close behind it, Big Faloo. Higgins is only going to give it about 1.25 start as they come past the 3 that's nearing the home turn. By gee, they've got me getting tingles in the heart as they come around the turn. 2 great horses about to have a struggle here. Rain Lover, 1 in front of Bill. Big Faloo is tracking Rain Lover. Holland had another peep over the shoulder. Still Big Faloo hasn't come out. Now he does. The 2. Big Faloo is out after Rain Lover. He's got to within 3/4 of a length. Now a half length. Holland's gone for the whip on Rain Lover. Big Faloo drew level on the outside. Higgins went for the whip. So did Holland. The whips are cracking. Big Faloo's head in front. I think the champ has gone on the outside. Big Faloo's got a long head in front. Rain Lover coming again. Big Faloo, Rain Lover, they go to the line together. Oh! Photo! Big Faloo has won it by a nose. Big Faloo has won it by a nose from Rain Lover, with Rain Lover coming again on the line, and would have won in one more kick after being headed by about a half neck.
Another great moment, and you'd remember too, there was a jumps jockey in Adelaide called Les Boots, and Bert, I think, tried to interview him one day, and he lost it completely. He just got the giggles.
Well, I remember that day clearly. It would have been about 1973, and Bert was still at the top of his game, and it was a Grand National Day, and they invited former jumping jockeys from around Australia to come for this reunion on Grand National Day, and I was the young assistant with Bert to go and do the interviews with the tape recorder, and I'm down around the mounting yard, and they said, have you met Les Boots? And I said, no, I haven't. They said, oh, get some words off Les, and I got talking to Les, and he started telling me the stories. He had more falls than rides, and his mother refused to pack his race gear that night before. She'd put his pyjamas in because they'd always pick him up at the Adelaide Hospital that night after the race. That's where he'd end up. 3 falls, I think. At one stage, he fell in the race. He fell out of the back of the ambulance, and I think they tried to put him on a push bike, and he fell off that. 3 in one day. So I said to him, Les, would you mind coming up to the broadcast box and meeting Bert? So I took Bert up, and I said, Bert, you've got to interview this guy. He just listened to stories, and and it went from there. So I took him in, and Bert took over, and I'm standing to the side, and I've still got tape. It's one of the funniest things I've ever heard.
His name is Les Boots. We welcome you, Les. The story is so astounding. How in the hell can you have 41 falls and 39 rides?
Well, if you get around to that, I rode a horse at Cheltenham one day, and fell going out the straight. I caught him, remounted him, fell at the half mile, and I fell out the ambulance, come to hospital. And then I spent that long, and I spent 15 years out of 18 in that hospital, and I wore white gowns on. I thought I was Dr. Ben Casey to finish there. I was only jockey, they reckon, from Australia, got bed and breakfast for 15 years. And I went home one weekend after 13 years. I'd never been home for a weekend. People asked me what I was doing home. I said it was a jumper split, eh?
Stop it. What about the pajamas?
Yeah, they found them at the finish.
Jockeying all them went to the track with their pajamas.
I took them not to the track.
No,
they always had a bed at Adelaide Hospital. Pave and see I had a ride, and then they'd have a bed.
How many bones did you break?
I broke every bone in my body. Broken neck, the last fall I had.
The last fall you had, you broke your neck?
Broken vertebrae in the neck, and spent 3 years home nearly, all together, you know, and anyhow, they got tired of me at the racing club. I think at the finish I was a bit strong on their compensation. And anyhow, I went to a picnic one day, and they even barred me on the merry-go-round. I reckon I wasn't safe.
But it wasn't off you here.
He lost it. He
lost it completely, and he did.
He said, I've got to stop. I can't go on. He was hysterical. But he really was the punter's pal. And the punter could relate to Bert because he was a punter. He wasn't a very good one.
No.
But, if he went out in the first leg of the quaddie, he'd have a couple of... What's this? Number 7. It's hit the front. It's... God blimey, how's this one? We're all out of the quaddie, and we'd all cry together as punters and laugh together. But he knew how to entertain. He was a great broadcaster.
Yeah, and he struggled through ill health towards the end, but
he did.
He battled through.
Yeah, and he tried to make a comeback, and it's not the profession really that you can, if you're not well, particularly me, and he had an aneurysm which sort of knocked him out of play, and the whole landscape changed. John Russell took over, and I was number 2, and then I'd go and do the trots on a Saturday night, and John would be calling it good, and people, some terrific callers came through then, like Peter Donegan and Brian Markovic in time, and guys like that. They bolstered the team because we were a big team, but we had a lot of fun. And back in the studio, was John Vertigan, the coordinator, and John was just the best at his trade, and then of course Peter Byrne, and UZ right at the zenith was a great station to work at.
I remember when Bert, towards the end one Saturday, and Rick Plant, who was the producer, was Saturday morning. Anyway, he said, Bert, he's straight. He said, what can we do to fire him up? Anyway, we come up with this brainwave, because I used to be very well dressed of a Saturday morning, footy shorts, thongs, and a T-shirt.
Nothing's changed.
No. Anyway, so I grabbed a pair of sunglasses and whacked them on up this back stairwell. Got a black felt pen, and we put some marks up and down my arms, and I'm having a fag out in the back stairwell, and Bert come up. He said, what's happening? I said, I'm still blind. He said, what? I said, I had him in a bed. He loved larrikins. He just revelled in it. And his eyes lit up. He said, what have you been doing? And I held my arms and said, these are all the stamps from the nightclubs I've been to. He said, it's like the bloody Melways. And I said, yeah. Well, his face lit up. He couldn't wait to get on air. And when we got three-way turf talk with Johnny Tapp, first thing he said was, you want to see my little mate opposite? He's racing in blinkers today, I can tell you. And what Bert didn't know was I'd been in bed at 9:30 the night before. But it worked beautifully.
Tell me about that. That'd be long odds.
Yeah, just one of those rare ones, Brian.
You touched on three-way turf talk. That was a staple diet on a Saturday morning. Cliff Carey, back in those days, 70s and 60s particularly, and everyone, if you're a putter, there was nothing to see. There was no television racing coverage at the time. You'd listen to Cliff Carey with the tips in Sydney, Bert in Melbourne, John O'Neill in Adelaide, and through the Winter Carnival it'd be Vince Curry coming in from Queensland, and it worked. It just worked beautifully, and people had form guides out and getting the scratchings. And when I started there in 72, my Saturday would be, we lived in Camberwell and Bert lived in Carnegie, and he had his own studio, so he'd do three-way turf talk from home, sitting in his pyjamas. But I'd go over there at 7:30 getting the scratchings, his phone, the latest ones, and all that, and I'd be feeding Bert all the information on the TAB sheets, and Bert would work from there, and then I'd dash home, get changed, get out to the in time to fill in the race book, because there was no jockeys' names in the book, so I'd write in, P. Jarman, Higgins, take 2 hours, and I was the gopher. but it was great being the gopher because you learnt so much, and just invaluable. It was just a moment in time that you're fortunate enough to land in that position to be able to do something you loved. So it was never hard work for me to go to the races. I loved it, loved every moment of it.
And then after three-way turf talk between 10 and 12 on a Saturday on the Greater Threes, there was sports talk.
Yeah.
Jack Ayling, the ace, Des Spain and Maury Kavanagh.
Maury Kavanagh. And
what, you couldn't have got three people to put together, really, could you?
And they'd ramble on and take talk back, and Maury was the historian and Jack was the knockabout, and
always had a joke, because you was at the pub all the time. Jack, he'd have a joke.
A fellow walked into a pub.
It was like having Maury Fields in there with you.
Yeah,
every
you wouldn't
week.
Get away with it now.
No.
It just wouldn't happen. But it was good banter. There was no woke about it. No. And people sort of, everyone that sort of worked at 3Z at the time, everyone had your back, you know. So you all work together. We partied together, and we play hard together. You know, when the race calling and the days and the races were over. But it was just a joy, and it all got back to management at the time. Lewis Bennett was the general manager when I was there, and he's recognised as one of the greatest ever. What he did, because he married top 40 in the 60s and racing. And the station was untouchable. It was #1 across the board. And all that sort of changed in time. But, you know, you go to the football, you cross to the football, Don Hyde and Peter LeGrand with the later scores of the MCG, and back to Bert at Flemington, or back to me at Kyneton, and JR and I go to, Johnny Russell and I go to the showgrounds that night after the races, and John and I built a friendship from day. He was one of my best friends, and we only lost him just last year, but he loved the station. He was such a part of the station too. So many great people, and you know, coordinators like the John Vertigans and you know, Peter Byrne, and people like that. So we're very lucky. It was a golden era of radio.
And the other good thing when you look back too, you mentioned Bert Bryant's style, how he was sort of the showman. JR was probably a bit straighter.
Yeah.
And we had different variations on a theme.
Yeah, and I think John realised that, you know, I don't want to be a comic. He'd play it straight. He'd play hard. Yes, we know.
You're right.
We had a nickname for him actually at Warrnambool over the carnival. He was a Warrnambool moth, because when the lights went down, he'd settle where he found a light. But the next day, spot on, brand new, ready to call the races. The Stetson hat had come on, and we had so much fun, and it was a joy to go to the races. Even when I was calling at UZ and John was calling for Sky Channel, unbeknown to the managements of both operations, we'd share the car together. I'd pick him up from Mount Waverley, or he'd pick me up from Blackburn, where I was living at the time, and we'd have each other's company, both doing the same job once we got there. So that was a camaraderie that existed, but that was the essence of 3UZ, which was fabulous.
Must have been a massive thrill when you called your first metropolitan race on 3UZ.
And it was accidental, actually. Bert's wife Molly had a little bit of a turn health-wise this particular day. Bert was at Moonee Valley and I was at Seymour, and John might have been on holidays, and so there was just Bert and myself, and I was up at Seymour, and I got the call to come straight back to Moonee Valley because Bert wanted to leave and go straight to the hospital. Molly turned out was okay. It would have been about 1973. So without any notice, I had to get there and do the last 6 races at the Valley. But I've been calling for about 18 months, and I called everything. Very, very nervous, nerve-wracking. But I got through, and those things you don't know they're going to sort of happen until they do. I think the first Melbourne Cup was probably the one that I'll never forget. It was by chance. It was 1981, and I was calling for the non-racing channels, a couple of FMs, 3KZ, and stations like that weren't into racing, but they wanted just a straight caller. And I did the 81 Melbourne Cup, won by just a dash. But then to come back, when I took over as the chief caller, to call 1988, and Empire Rose winning the Melbourne Cup, I had the family with me. That's the day that sort of etched in my mind, and I got the chance to go on and call 29 cups through my career. Every Melbourne Cup was a bonus. You never sort of set out for any particular number, but when you've grown up in Melbourne, you know, born in Williamstown, and you've come through life, you know, starting out in radio at 16, and finally, you know, to get to that day at Flemington to call for the station that you'd grown up with and loved and worked for, that was the ultimate.
I imagine as a kid you would listen to 3UZ, the greater 3UZ, and a lot of people have coloured paddle pop sticks they let float down a drain or whatever. What did you practice calling on?
We had a game called Race Play, and there are 8 plastic horses with little jockeys on their back, and they go out 2 metres on a string, and you'd wind, there'd be a winder back in a little case, you'd wind them in, and the 8 horses would run a straight line on string. So I'd put band-aids on their back and colour them into the horses at the time. 1963, when I was 13, I was doing it. So I'm now 75 in April, so it's a long time ago. But I remember my brother Ken, he and I'd have a race meeting every night on a bit of masonite, and we'd have all the little band-aids on the back, and with the texture pens we'd colour in the colours, and we'd have a race meeting. So we'd have Ripper, who was a good sprinter when I knew Market in 1963, and all different horses like Alec Run and Dorlagiri, and away we'd start to wind, and we'd do the race calls, and he was a good race caller. He went on to be a jeweller. So yeah, he went to Queensland through his health as a young man, and I'm glad he didn't stay, because I wouldn't have got a job. It was really good. But he'd do 6 races and I'd do 2, and we'd wind the strings in, and that was our race meeting every night. So that's probably where I got the eye contact and the ability to try and do it. But loved it. I think it was always going to sort of happen, because the first Melbourne Cup I heard was 1956, and it was a sweep that Dad put us in, and my 2 older brothers, and I drew Evening Peel, and I was 6 years of age, and I remember Dad saying, and family weren't into racing, but all us put in a shilling each or whatever, and I was in grade 1, I think, at St Bernadette's around I drew Evening Peel. It was on a little bit of paper, and we all sat in the lounge room, didn't have TV, and there was only one couch, so the kids had to put their bums on the floor, and I remember looking at the Bakelite box, the big tall radio with the stations at the front and the light behind, and out of this Bakelite box came this crystal clear description. The racing in the Melbourne Cup, and it was 1956. So I'm listening, and I'm around the back of the box. I thought, for that man to be coming out of there, he must have only been sort of 3 inches high, living in the back of this little box. And I couldn't find him. But I remember this little man said, Evening Peel's raced up on the outside. Evening Peel with red coming at Evening Peel. Evening Peel and red craze. Evening Peel wins the Melbourne Cup. I thought, you beauty. I won 10 bob. I'd won the sweep at 6. You could have bought the next door house for 10 shillings. So that was the first contact I had with radio and racing and race calling at 6 years of age. So followed my dream from then on.
Brian, a lot of people wonder with race callers how you identify the horses in the race and how much time you have to learn what horses what. There's not a lot of time up your sleeve, is there?
No, there's not. And as I say, this is all pre-television where we started, and you couldn't get the colours in the paper. So you'd look in the book and say mauve jacket, sleeves, white armbands, yellow cap. So you had that in your mind's eye. And then back then, we did call them, we didn't have that ability to do that. So the only time you'd see them would be as they paraded, like in the mounting yard, or even way back in the days, particularly courses, we'd go into the jockey's room and have a look at the riders for the next race. So you'd only get a window of about 5 or 6 minutes, and you'd see them, putting on their silks. Well, that'd be so-and-so, that'd be so-and-so. And you'd lock it in your head, and then they go to the barrier, but you had your radio commitment to do with the update of the odds, etc., and talk about the form at the same time you're locking in those colours. So it was the hard, tough way to do it, but that's all you knew at the time. So it got easier, I think, for callers for television and colours being, exposed in the media a couple of days in advance. But everything, to call a race, everything's done by colours. You can't see the numbers. If there's a set of white blinkers on a horse or horses are grey, that was a great assistance as you rolled through the call. But once it's sort of locked in and you're seeing those colours regularly, that was not really a problem. But when you're young, you'd pick it up, and I could learn them. I think I remember one day getting caught up in traffic in 1972. Johnny Letts, my good mate, won the Melbourne Cup on Piping Lane, so we were out to pretty late that particular night, and I was going up to Kyneton with Bert and John the next day for the Kyneton Cup Day. Must have had a big night. He cancelled in the morning, and so did JR. They couldn't find him. So I was the man for the races with about an hour and a half sleep, and I remember getting to Kyneton. There was no freeway then. Setting up the gear just didn't happen. I had the gear on my back as I climbed the ladder to get to the box, and I set the gear up, got the binoculars locked on, and John Vertigan said, "Here's Brian at Kite," and the light was on, and they jumped. So I'd never seen the colours, and as they rolled in the hurdle, thank heavens, and they were going slow enough, they could use a few moving up on the outside, now starting to go forward as Cossie's gift, I think, then to Uncle Phil, making up good ground around the outside. These are all the smothers that I got through and no one knew. They went over the line, and the numbers 12, 11 and 9, totes in a moment, and I just collapsed on the floor. So I was done, but we got through. No one ever knew. Yeah.
Is there a favourite race call over the years, and you think either one you just thoroughly enjoyed calling a race, or a call at the end of your gee, I reckon that was pretty cool?
Very lucky, Sean, because I got the chance here at 3 to go to Japan in 1990 to do the Japan Cup. The Better Loosen Up, the Great Australian Horse, won, and I'd been calling, I was a chief caller then, and I'd been calling Better Loosen Up all the way through the spring here in Melbourne, and he won everything, the Turnbull, the McKinnon, the Cox Plate. He was our best horse. So I travelled over there for 3UZ and for Channel 9 to call the race on the Thursday before the Sunday, and on the plane was the breeder of the horse. Some of the Hayes family were going. David had just got his licence first season. Colin Hayes was there, so I knew the family very well. All were friends. So to call that horse in the Japan Cup, and there was 167,000 people at the Fushu racecourse that day. That's unheard of. No broadcast box, long gallery, about 12 Japanese callers, one from Hong Kong, and I'm the only English caller just in this long gallery. So we had a Coca-Cola crate and 3 Tokyo phone books just to put the stand on to get the elevation so I could see through the glasses. Open grandstand that was about 300 metres long, level 5, and they just roared from the moment they jumped. So to call that horse winning in a photo finish, the Australian horse, that was the Olympic Games to me.
But the leader away from the rail here is Asashi George of the Straight from Stylish Century. Coming up the Mount Rider on the track is Petit Deal. Karkawithi's in the middle, gets a run, and Better Loosen Up is getting out with Belnez down the outside. Karkawithi's has broken loose at the 200-metre mark, 2 lengths in front. Better Loosen Up going after him, but running in and further out of the track with a great run is Ode. Ode is after Karkawithi's. Better Loosen Up in the middle is coming with a magnificent run. Karkawithi's Better Loosen Up and Ode. Better Loosen Up in the middle's put his head in front. Better Loosen Up has won for Australia. Better Loosen Up has won the Cup from either Ode or Karkawithi's. We've done it. We've taken the Japan Cup with Better Loosen Up.
So I was the only English call there, as it turned out, and they broke into the cricket up there in Brisbane, the test at Channel 9, came to me, I did the call, they stayed with us while the photo finished, which took an eternity, came down, but it was Michael Clark and David Hayes, and this great horse getting up to be Karkawithi's and Ode. So that's one I think I'll probably be remembered by, but then there was Fields of Omar who won 2 Cox Plates, so that was pretty exciting. But the Melbourne Cups were always a great challenge. I think the ones I won't forget will be the Mackay Divas 2002 and Damien Oliver on Media Puzzle, that first one in '88 with Empire Rose. So all those sort of indelible, sort of placed in your mind and your brain. So, but you reflect back on it, and I think there was 28 years all up at 3UZ from stop, for a gap at 3DB. But to have the time here at this station was just, it was just wonderful and something I'll never forget.
Brian, you look back over all those years, who's been the greatest influence on you?
I would say Bert, because he gave me the chance. By chance, he heard me as a 20-year-old calling a race, and there was a change. Ray Benson was going to 3DB. There was a position for a third caller, and so I'm indebted to Bert for giving me that break, and he was a great mentor. Johnny Russell was a wonderful mentor and close friend, so I was lucky there. And working with Bill for about 4 to 5 years. Bill was different. I'd be in the box with setting up the equipment and do the last race or whatever with Bill, and you have no conversation with Bill. He wasn't really a people's person. He was so sort of fixated by the call and the punt, and he was so good at it. And I think as a young man, if you couldn't learn from these people, you're in the wrong game. So you reflect back and say, well, gee, I learned a lot from that, the style, and maybe my rapid sort of style of calling was through Bert. And I think timing, and particularly using the PA, was a great sort of teacher and through Bill. Sense of occasion. So you couldn't have had 2 better teachers. So very lucky in life.
What's your favourite memories of 45 Burke Street, which was the home of the greater 3UZ for so many years?
The aura about being there at 45 Burke Street, near the top of Burke Street, the tram's going past, Mitty's on the corner, trying to get a park on the laneway down the side, a park out the back. But I think the camaraderie again of Fred Tolley, who worked in the record library, and Nancy Helmore, who was the sports manager, the different girls and boys that worked in the sports department, doing the monitoring, little John McMahon there when I first started, the guys in the studio. I came after the great disc jockeys like Don Lunn and Don Rainsford. They'd sort of gone by the time I got there in 72. But just and we used to party a lot, you know, all the staff. We'd come together for different gatherings when we weren't working, and there was just this great bond of friendship. And that's sort of, probably that's my best memory of great people. Production people were just first class, and it had an old world feel about it because it had been there so long when we got there, and then we went to Carlton's to different places, and now RSN here in the building here at Racing Victoria. So all those shifts, bar this latest one, I haven't been a part of this one, but it's great to see the fantastic state-of-the-art studios. But Burke Street is where it all started. That was Oliver J. Nilsson's building. That's where it all started for so many people. Bert Newton, you know, with the showbiz and talkback that he brought to the station, and all the different TV personalities, Jimmy Hannon, people that a lot will still remember. And they brought this element of showbiz to 3Z. We had the racing, the sports, so it had all this sort of rolled into one. So again, you're lucky to be there.
I was in awe of one guy who was on at night because he had a skill I'd rarely seen before, and that was Gene Bradley Fisk, with the big voice, Gene Bradley Fisk.
Yeah.
And I watched him one night, and he was reading a 30-second Myer commercial. And as he started it, he took out the cigarette paper and whacked it on the lip, got the tobacco out, rolled it in the hand, got the fag rolled. He's still reading the commercial, got it in his mouth, got it lit. This week at Myer. And I thought that is a rare skill, to be able to roll the smoke, get it licked, get it lit, and do it while the 30-second
on the back of that he'd say, moving up for race 2 at Olympic Park, here's Brian Martin.
That's it. Yes.
Or Peter Donegan. Here's Peter Donegan. And we'd be at Olympic Park on the Monday night and Sandown on the Thursday, and these guys would be playing records and, you know, keeping the station rolling along, and then there'd be the Midnight to Dawn man who'd come on, and News Beat, the news program. Tom Jones and people like that, and John Ford, and all those people were such an integral part of the whole makeup and the tapestry of the great radio station.
The interesting thing about it was that everyone was almost, I'd say, knockabout in a way.
Yes.
But they were all super talented people.
Yeah, yeah.
And you didn't see egos there.
No, I was just going to say, you'd leave your ego outside. Yeah. And when you were young, you were in awe of these people, you know, working around you, working, you know, at the studios. It's when you're a race caller, you basically go in on Friday just to say hello and get your pay packet and then go up to the Windsor Hotel. So you never see these people. They were voices on the other end of where you were, and the same for them with us, because we'd be out in the field. We'd be at Sale, we'd be at Bendigo, Ballarat, Saul Trots, didn't matter. So catching up on a Friday, quite often they'd be able to do three-way turf tour, or the turf show they do early in the morning, replayed on Saturday morning. But they'd all go up to and you'd sit there and just listen and have a few beers and a lunch, and even that was probably the best part of the week, was the Friday lunch at the Windsor.
I remember I started, it was the Mooba weekend, and my first day in the building was on the Tuesday, and gone in, they give me a locker and show me around, and I've come back and there's little over the hall we get coffee, and I'm making a cup of coffee, and this voice called out and said, "White and one if you're making one, mate." And I said, "Yeah, right." Never even dawned on me there was an accent attached to the voice, and I walked in, it's Don Lane.
Don Lane.
And I looked and thought, this is amazing. On Thursday night, I was on a dairy farm in Toowoomba in Queensland, watching black and white TV with my mum and dad, having ploughed paddocks that day, helped Dad, you know, milk the cows, feed pigs, all that sort of stuff. And I remember saying, I'm working with this bloke next week. And here I am on the Tuesday making a coffee for him, and he stood up and introduced himself, and I've sort of looked up and got a rough idea who you are.
The lanky Yankee.
The lanky Yank, and he sat down, he was the nicest bloke. He said to me, "Where you living?" And I said, "Well, they put me up at Commodore until Friday night, then I'm out in the street." He said, "What are you going to do?" I said, "Oh, I'll probably find a caravan park somewhere just where I can, you know, get short-term accommodation to sort myself out." And he sat there for almost an hour, had a coffee with me, went down to his office. He came back with the Age, the Wednesday one, which used to have the accommodation in it in those days. And he said, "You got a car?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "Right, you don't need to live on a train or tram line then." And he went through, he said, "Don't go anywhere near these suburbs, try these. And he went through, he says, I couldn't believe it. I thought, here's Don Lane, helped that. And he said, mate, where come in? And he said, go through that, let me know how you're going, and see me Thursday.
Yeah.
And I thought the bloke just sat down. Bert was the same. He said, just great. Ugly Dave,
generous, so generous.
Funny man, Ugly Dave.
Ugly Dave.
I'll never forget one day in the jocks room there, we standing there in the MTXs. We used to sit there and have joke sessions all the time. And he said, Dave Cosy, this is my wife, this is my ex-wife. I said, brave man being in the one room with both of them, Dave. I said, how's this work? He said, well, you used to love her, but I don't anymore. So he said, but she's a bloody good manager. I said, oh yeah. He said, love this one now. And he said, she's no good as a manager. I said, so what happens? He said, well, she makes the money, she spends it. He said, everyone's happy.
He was a funny man.
He was a funny man.
Funny man.
Yeah, terrific. Brian, do you have any favourite memories of the Greater Three? You said you look back 45, Berkshire, I suppose. Your first day there, I mean, you're meeting Bert, Brian. They were heroes to you, they would have been, wouldn't they?
Oh, yeah. I started in June of 1972, about just after the Queen's birthday weekend. It would have been probably the Monday or the following Monday. And my first day was to Kilmore Trots with Johnny Russell. And I remember he had a white Holden, Kingswood Holden. So I go in there and he said, I'd spoken to him on the phone, he said, we're leaving for Kilmore at 10:15, previews at 12:15 from the Kilmore Trots. So okay, and got there and got a park and went up to 3 years, come in, someone at reception let me through and got up there and met JR and he said, all right mate, he said, off we go. I remember going, he was driving the car and we're driving out, out through Sydney Road. There's no freeways then, on the way up through Wallen and to Kilmore. And he said, I've got a good tip for you. He said, before we start today, and he said, we'll share the calling at Kilmore Trots, not Hartsell's call, Kilmore Trots. He said, remember this, a champion team will always beat a team of champions. I said, yeah, I remember that. And I kept looking across at him. He said, we're looking at it. And I said, no, nothing. But John at that stage had a bit of a hair loss and was wearing a toupee. And later in life, and he got rid of it after a while, he said to me, that day, he said, you kept looking across at me. He said, well, you're looking at the toupee. I said, yeah, actually I was. He said, well, what was wrong with that? I said, it was just a little price tag from Target hanging down the back. He said, you bludger. And we became great mates. And I said, about 6 months later, I said, where's the... Because he's wearing hats all the time, but he had to take it off to put the earphones on. And he used to have these old brown steel earphones. And they were the most uncomfortable thing ever. And I'd said to him, mate, let's wear these padded ones. He said, no, these are good. And they were tinny sound and everything else. But every time he'd take them off, he'd lose about 10 strands of hair, so he couldn't afford to as he took the browns off. But I said to him, no, it was that price tag that was hanging down the back, so he...
The giveaway.
And he didn't... the toupee disappeared, and I said, what you do with it? He said, I put it out in the paddock. That was the end of that. And the Stetson hat became the favourite. But we made work fun, JR and I. It was just a great time.
Finally, Brian, to sum up the Greater Three, you said, in one sentence, what would you say?
The station with the nicest listeners.
The Greater Three, you said. The station with the nicest listeners. The Greater Three, you said. For active people on the go.
We're celebrating a century of sound. From 3UZ to RSN Racing and Sport. Happy 100th birthday.
The Greater Three, you said. The Greater Three, you said. Dial 930. Fun Radio. The Greater Three. The Greater Three, you said. For fun, plan your everyday and your recreation with 930, your good time station. The Greater Three, you said. It's great. The Greater Three, you said.
Hi, this is Peter Byrne. Back when I was spinning the hits on the Greater 3UZ, these songs were top 10 in Melbourne.
If you like pina coladas and getting caught in the rain,
Can you hear the drums, Fernando?
just slip out the back, Jack. Make a new plan, Stan. Be a woman. How's that? You messed about, I caught you out. Afternoon Delight.
Celebrating a century of sound. From 3UZ to RSN, Racing and Sport.
The 100th birthday of the Greater 3UZ, and I'm catching up with legendary coordinator John Vertigan.
This is John Vertigan for 3UZ. We present the grand final of Hoadley's National Battle of the Sound.
John, you came from Tasmania across to Melbourne to Geelong. 3GL, was it?
Yes, well, actually, Dad got a job. Dad was a journalist. In fact, he was a newspaper man here, and he got a job in Geelong at the Geelong Advertiser, as a sub-editor. And therefore I thought, well, okay, there's a radio station in Geelong, and I better knock on the door. It was 3GL, and I was 16. I just left high school early because we were coming to the mainland, as they called it, or still call it. Anyway, I kept knocking on the door, and finally I got a job. They gave me a job as a cadet announcer. And with that, I got to get on air as a newbie, because I was only 16. She was only 16. Anyway, it was fascinating. I remember it well, even though I was only there for 3 months. Because later I got a job at 3UL Warrigal, where I stayed for 5.5 years.
Now, how did the job at Warrigal come about? Was there a family connection, or?
Yes, Dad was moving again. Another newspaper. You know how it goes. Yep. So I thought, well, okay, I might as well head for Warrigal, because I'd rather like living at home. So we moved. He went to the paper, and I went to the radio station and got a job.
Absolutely fantastic. 5.5 years. Were you just a disc jockey there playing music, or did you do sport?
Yeah, playing music, playing serials, doing sporting, crosses, and you name it. The country station at that stage was a good experience for a new person to radio.
It was a good learning ground, wasn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. But then again, it's always a learning ground. You never stop learning in this business.
What was the best advice you ever got given along the way as a young announcer?
Well, it was given to me by John McMahon, who was the program director at 3UZ at the time. And he said, son, the best ad-lib is a written ad-lib. He said, write everything down. Don't expect that your brain is going to come from out of nowhere with something you want to say. Have it prepared.
Have you passed that advice on to your son, Jonathan?
My word, I have. And he lives by it.
Funny you say that, John, because I used to do the warm-up on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, and one of the guys who won $1 million thought that, or hoped that one day he'd get on a game show and win money, and he said afterwards at home he had piles of exercise books with facts written down them, because he figured if he wrote them down, he'd remember them. So it sort of emphasises what you're saying. You write it down, you're halfway there, aren't you?
Well, yes, I should continue to do that. In my old age, I'm forgetting everything.
You're allowed to.
Yeah, maybe. But anyway, write everything down. Yep.
Now, the Greater 3UZ, 45 Burke Street, what a location, just down from the Windsor Hotel, that was a trap, and just down from Parliament House.
The place now is, I'm not sure what it is, but it's certainly no longer an esteemed radio station like 3UZ was, and it's a shame that there should be a sign somewhere to say this was the greatest radio station and the second greatest radio station in the world. 3UZ, the Greater 3UZ, managed by Lewis Bennett. What a man.
How did you... What was it about Lewis Bennett that made him so good?
So many things. I mean, Lewis spoke French frequently. That's got nothing to do with it. He was an expert pianist. And to top it all off, he was a great radio man. And he knew how to promote a radio. He knew how to stay with all the new information on what's happening in America. He'd bring it back here and make it work. He was a lovely man. He really was.
3UZ was the first station really to play rock and roll. Fred Tolley, who was the music director, was a wonderful man, a lovely bloke. But, I mean, were they one of the first to play rock and roll, the Beatles, and get involved with that era?
Yes, they were. In fact, they were one of the first stations in Australia to play the official Top 40.
Wow.
The other one was 2UE in Sydney. And we made our aim in those early days, back in the 60s, the 70s, 80s, with the 3UZ official Top 40. And so it went.
Now, I noticed in one of your scrapbooks you've got a letter there from the wonderful Lewis Bennett telling you that you've got access to the Southern Cross Hotel when the Beatles are there.
Exactly.
That must have been an amazing time.
The funny thing is, I never used the letter.
Oh, no.
I didn't have to go to the Southern Cross.
There would have been young girls killed, anything to get hold of that letter.
Probably just as well.
Incredible. You never went?
No, didn't go.
That's amazing.
But I kept the official letter that said I could, and it was signed by Lewis Bennett.
So you were right.
Yes.
To all night, disc jockey John Vertigan at the Moonee Ponds Hotel. Come in, John.
Thanks, Don. The crowd has grown to massive proportions here. They did exactly the same as they did out at the Essendon Hotel, swarmed across to the other side of the road, and then back again to where they originally were. You can hear the police car going now. They're clearing the way. The Beatle motorcade is definitely on its way, and hundreds of frenzied Beatle fans. Excitement is reaching fever pitch here. Higher vantage points are being sought. Coloured balloons have joined all the banners. Small pieces of newspaper are still flying about in the wind here. And not only teenagers and the very young, but members of the older generation, grandma and grandpa. Probably here to recall the days when they idolised such stars as Douglas Fairbanks, Rudolph Valentino, Bing Crosby and Sinatra. The scene here rivals the Royal Progress. More electrifying, in fact, because of the screams and exuberance of the fans. There's been a dog running in through the crowds here, looking up as if to say, what's all the excitement about? The traffic lights have been turned off. The police on the scene have taken over, trying to control the crowd. They've gone completely out right across the roadway. I'll have to clear them back again so that the Beatle motorcade can go through. No sign as yet. My view has been obstructed here by a large An A sign. I can see perhaps 200 or 300 yards up the road.
Well, we'll just leave you. Let's go to car 2, driving in front of the Beatlecade.
Well, we're over here in Mount Exeter, but the in front of us here are screen gauges. The mob is just fantastic. The time's going at the back of us. People are screaming. A couple on the side here, I notice, are laying in the gutter. Obviously, they are not very well. They look as if they've collapsed. The teenagers are mobbing the car. It's very, very difficult to get through. Back to official Beatle headquarters.
Now let's take you up to our aircraft flying above the whole scene. Come in, Cessna.
It was only a matter of a minute or two ago that the Beatlecade was only a matter of around about 200 or 300 yards from the Moonee Ponds Hotel. Then it got almost completely jammed up in this tremendous crowd, which is lining the route all the way into the city. However, now they're still having trouble to get through, but I think John Vertigan at the Moonee Ponds Hotel, you'll have one of our news cars in sight, which is in front of the Beatlecade, and very shortly the car itself carrying the Beatles, which is immediately preceded by a police car, and the Beatles car itself is being flanked on either side by two motorcyclists, two police motorcyclists on either side. You will have them in sight within the next 30 seconds, I would estimate, because you should have had them passing you around about 4 or 5 minutes ago, but their progress has been so slow. Police at one stage tried to avoid some of the crowd by swerving across and getting to the other side of the road through a plantation, but immediately all the Beatle fans spoke up this, and it was just like a wave of humanity from one side of the road to the other, right along the route as it continued down. Now, John Vertigan, I think that you should have the Beatlecade in sight just about now. If you don't, you will in the next 2 or 3 seconds. Would you like to take it from there?
Yes, Les, this very instant, the Beetlecade has come into sight, or the front car anyway, the police car. We can hear the loudspeaker going, warning the crowd to get right back to make way for the Beetlecade. Now the fans are getting very, very excited indeed. This is the moment they've all been waiting for. Many, of course, at the Southern Cross Hotel have been waiting for hours on hours, as they have at Essendon, and within the last few hours gathering here on the route between Essendon and the Southern Cross Hotel. We see the 3UZ News car coming into sight now, followed by, well, there'll be 2 or 3 cars in front of the Beatles. You hear the screams now. The sight of fans jumping up and down.
When you went to the Greater 3UZ to coordinate the races, I think Bob Cornish at the time was the coordinator with Les Heil helping him out. Is that correct?
Correct, yes. Les Heil has since retired, of course, some many years ago, and is living on the Sunshine Coast.
Yep.
A lot of radio people have gone up there.
Yeah, but good lifestyle, I suppose.
Yeah, I guess so.
So what happened that you managed to get into coordinating? Did Bob go to another role, Bob Cornish?
Actually, when Lewis Bennett retired, Bob Cornish became the general manager. And he decided that, stupid of me trying to do that, as well as air shifts and racing coordinating. He said, I'll give it to JB. So they gave it to me, and I didn't get it off-sider. So I was solo, as you have experienced.
You enjoyed it. What was probably your highlight there? Because the funny thing is, you didn't bet.
No.
Never. Have you ever had a bet?
Oh, yeah.
But you weren't a punter, were you?
Yeah, well, I mean, we went to, as guests of the racing people, to various racing meetings, you know, like the Greyhounds were frequented by a radio group, such as the UZ lot. And we were there as guests, and so that's when I had my bet.
So you're a bit different to me, JV. When I was on an afternoon, I was on the dog and bone to the SP quite often.
Yeah,
having a bet.
Yeah, there was a guy who I befriended up in Sydney. He's a lovely fellow. He's gone now, and he used to bet while he was on the air. I'll tell you what, it's a new challenge for somebody, you know, but I didn't.
Well, you look back, you must have put to air some wonderful races with great racehorses like, I'll throw up a few names for you, Vane, Tobin Bronze, Galilee. I mean, all those sort of horses. It must have been exciting putting those races to air.
It was, especially when you were dealing with race callers like Bert Pride, you know, at the time. And in fact, Bert did an album on Melbourne Cups. And I was invited to be the narrator. And I still got a copy of the album. Naturally, I've got to keep hanging on to that. Give it to Jonathan when the boy.
He was a wonderful caller, Bert. He was a great caller, but also very funny man.
Oh, had a great sense of humour, and used it a lot in his calling.
By golly, some of these back in the field are fair dinkum slogging it out as they run down the side now, and they've got about 850 metres left to go. Happy Union and Summer High has moved up on the outside, and here comes Golden Black. It looks to be him in the black colours around the outside. I think it's him as they run down past the 650 metre mark, where Summer High has moved up on the outside to tackle Happy Union for the lead, and coming around them it looks to be, could be anything. Vanderham is one of them there too, but they're all black around the home turn now. If you can piece a freak, we're Happy Union on the inside as one of the leaders from Summer High in the middle. Don't know what it is down the extreme outside. It's completely black. It could be perhaps, and they're followed at the head of the others by Golden Black, and Reckless is coming home well. Never seen a race like this in my life. Happy Union is still the leader. Down the outside, Vanderham, and what's this one? Reckless. It could be right down the extreme outside, and Golden Black too. Reckless on the Vanderham now is joined in, and Vanderham shortly afterwards takes the lead at the 100-metre mark. Vanderham is holding Golden Black at bay, and Vanderham is going to win the cup. Vanderham's got on to win from Golden Black. A photo for third, give it a Kaithira. They're followed by Reckless.
You look back over your career at the Greater 3UZ, there must have been wonderful influences along the way, good advice from people, I suppose, you looked at, and I mean, you look back and think, who were some of the superstars? I mean, Bert Newton was there, Ugly Dave Gray was there. Yeah. You worked with some absolute tremendous people.
Me Hannon, I mean, these are not disc jockeys.
No.
They were entertainers who were known from their work on television, and it transferred beautifully to radio on 3UZ.
Did you ever work with Graham Kennedy?
No. No, I can't claim that part of fame. I met him once, and he said, "Oh, you do racing for UZ, don't you?" I said, "Oh, I think that GK had remembered what I did."
How many times did people say to you, "Oh, you call the races on 3UZ"?
I'd like a dollar. I'd be a very wealthy man. And to explain to them, I said, "No, I do not call races. I wouldn't know how to learn colours and put it into a call. There are people that do that expertly." But I don't.
I mentioned the name Fred Tolley before, and Fred was, I thought, just an absolute genius when it came to music. He would pick songs that we would play that no one else would play, and whenever you play them, the switchboard would go berserk. People loved them.
Yes. I remember one day I was in the record library, and Fred was doing his business as he does normally within the library, and accepting visits from record reps, as we called them, and they'd sometimes bring my stars in with them. I've forgotten the name of this particular gentleman who managed John Farnham and brought him in with a new record. This is the first time the kid had been put in front of Fred Tolley with a new record, which was Sadie the Cleaning Lady. Fred put it on the turntable, we had to listen to him, and then picked it off the turntable and threw it straight in the bin, as only Fred Tolley could do. And I don't know how John Farnham reacted to that, because I was there, but I've forgotten what happened, because it was such a shock.
I'd heard his party trick used to be he would already have a copy of the single, so he knew it. And with John, it was like, and just as the vocal's about to start, he'd take the needle off, just throw it in the bin, saying, "No, it's rubbish."
Yes.
And all of a sudden, these guys think, "There's my career, gone down the gurgler." And that was his party trick.
Yes. It was a real party trick that he had.
Certainly was.
Yeah.
The greater 3UZ, what's your fondest memory of it, John, when you look back over the years? 45 Burke Street.
There were so many, Sean. Probably one of the most interesting memories was your arrival.
You bought me sight unseen, didn't you, from Queensland?
Yes, I did, and the day happened to be the Moomba Parade, and we had a bus.
Yes.
And we put you on it.
In a T-shirt that would have been tight on Jamie Carr. And you can imagine on me, it looked like a bra. I stretched it on me, and I was a bit of a wild and woolly looking boy. I'd had a haircut, mind you, got a couple of inches cut off before I came down from Queensland.
Well, you had the
afro.
The afro.
Big afro and a beard. I looked like one of the Jackson 5.
I know Bob Cornish looked at me, he said, "Are you sure we've made a good decision here?"
Yes.
We made one of the best decisions.
What the hell have we hired here? Well, John, you look back, you've had a wonderful career. These days, what advice would you forward a youngster starting off in radio? What would you say to them?
The best ad-lib is a written ad-lib.
Yeah. Well, I got given 2 bits of advice from a wonderful man in Queensland called Vince Curry, the race caller.
Lovely man.
Very talented, and was very much like Bill Collins down here, could compare quiz shows, game shows, whatever. And he said to me, "Don't ever copy anyone. You'll only ever be as good, never any better." He said, "Pull the finer points from those you admire, polish them, make them better, and put them in your toolbox."
Exactly.
And the other bit of a ripper, he said, "Stars come and go. Chorus girls have always got a job." And I've seen a lot of stars come and go over the years that you have.
Absolutely. In fact, it was Jackie Clancy.
Now there's a character.
As one of his favourite sayings was, "Hey, We've seen them come, and we've seen them go.
John, it's been wonderful to catch up and have a chat with you today, and good to see you in wonderful health, mate. And enjoy listening to the radio and listening to your son, Jonathan, on it.
And congratulations to that great radio station, the Greater 3UZ, on its 100th birthday.
The Greater
3UZ.
We're celebrating a century of sound.
This is the Greater 3UZ in Melbourne. News Beat, presented by
Castrol, the masterpiece in oil.
A frantic night on the News Beat with reports on a near riot at Festival Hall.
Clear the roadway, thank you. Now keep right off the roadway. There are no tickets left, so keep right off the roadway.
What's been going on here, Sonny?
Oh, there's no seats left and everybody's just creeping at the window all the time.
Anybody arrested from all this?
There's 3 been arrested.
Was there much of a fight on?
No fight, just idiots that run up on a couple of women and children.
Trying to push their way in.
Climb over the top of them.
Good heavens. Here's Jack Little, quite a night, Jack.
Well, this is the most sensational thing that has ever happened in the 12 years that I have been in Australia, John.
Do you come to the wrestling often? Well, yes, if you've ever seen it, it's my work.
From 3UZ to RSN Racing and Sport, happy 100th birthday.
Over the history of 3UZ into RSN, there's been so many names that have featured on air here at the station. Brian Mazzoletti was one of those, the greyhound caller of Prestige, Ron Hawkswell, and David Manning, of course, putting it all together in the studio. First up, Brian Mazzoletti chatted with Michael Felgate in the studio.
This is exclusive access into the heart of racing, the Racing Pulse Inner Sanctum.
And we've got one of our own in the Inner Sanctum today, and I'm sure all the punters out there over the last 28 years will have become very familiar indeed with the dulcet tones of Brian Mazzoletti, who is the voice of racing here on RSN 927. But as of Saturday, that will be your last day on air. Mazza, great to have you in the studio, and we're very sad you're leaving us. What's this week like for you?
Unusual. I've never been anywhere this long, and I never sort of had to leave. And normally around January I'm putting a few things aside because I'm going on holidays for a couple of weeks, but it's a bit different when you're coming back, or you're going and not coming back at all. It's pretty crazy, yeah. It's ridiculous.
The first question is, why are you deciding to try something different? And it is something very different, the next phase of your life. 28 years of being behind the microphone. Why have you decided this is the time to hang it up?
Just purely what you said, something different. I've been doing radio since I left school, and done close to 35 years of radio, and I've been here for the bulk of that, nearly over 28 years at RSN, and as though I've loved it, I just thought I might regret in 10 or 12 years' time that I surefire tap you on the shoulder and say, come on now, time to move on. and I didn't actually do something else with my life. A lot of people these days do career changes, and I'm, look, you've worked in the media your life. You've worked with people who are very qualified in what they do. They have journalistic degrees and all sorts of things. Then you probably work besides guys like me who have left school and gone to work in the media, and we have no qualifications. I've got year 12 and a driver's license, so I was a bit limited over the years on what I could think of other things to do. So it was just a matter of, as much as I enjoy working here and like working here with the people and enjoyed the challenge of coordinating, I just thought I'd just like to have a crack at something else before I retire.
What about passion and love of racing? Like, this has been a job, but over the years you've watched more races and listened to more races than probably a lot of people would in their lifetime because of your job. Have you got a passion and a love of the sport?
No, look, to be honest, Michael, this is more significant for me in that I'm leaving radio rather than racing. My trade is a radio announcer, and so I did the typical apprenticeship. We go and work off in the country, and go to a radio school in Melbourne, and then you do an audition tape, and then eventually when you're good enough you start doing auditions and applying for jobs. And I've worked in 4 or 5 different stations before I came here, and I've done everything from breakfast to mid-dawns, from music to talk back to sport. And so the way I approach this is I'm a professional radio broadcaster. Just so it happens at the moment I'm working for a station that broadcasts the races, so I adapt to that. As far as the racing is concerned, my mum is the racing fanatic in my family. My late mum. I grew up with 3Z going in the house, and we'd go to the footy on the Saturday, and I'd have to look at the big screen of the MCG, and they put the race results up at Flemington. My mum had the form guide there, so I grew up with the races in the house through my mum, and then. And in previous country stations, we broadcasted some racing. At 3HA in Hamilton, we used to do local races, the local trots and the Warrnambool races and Melbourne Cup Day, things like that. But I'd never really done racing full on until I came here. And I wasn't even supposed to come here. My career has been a series of not so much breaking down doors, but accidentally leaning against them, and someone opens it on the other side, and I fall through. But it just worked out that way. I came here to produce a drive time show. My career here should have lasted 12 months. That was it. I shouldn't be here 28 years.
So you started here in 1990, is that right?
Yeah, 1990, September 1990, we went to an all-sports format. Up until that stage, I think we had John Blackman and Wilbur Wilder program, and then of that Monday morning, we went to an all-sports format. Leon Wiegard and Scott Palmer and Slug Jordan did a breakfast program, and Brian Taylor was here. He started off here. And my job was they got me over for an interview, and they said, look, we're doing this all sports format, and we thought you might be interested in it. We've got a drive time program. I said, oh yeah, I'd love to host a drive time show. It'd be great. They said, no, you've got to produce it. I said, what? And I was hopeless at it. The idea of trying to come up with a couple of hours of content every day did my head in. And the one issue I had is I didn't like ringing up people and asking them for interviews. That's pretty much drawback. That's the job. That's the job. So after 12 months, enough to say that the drive time show got the flick and got replaced by some industry-based programs like Racing Extra and Chasing Extra and a Trots program and that sort of stuff. And I should have been, at that point, they should have let me go. But for some reason, the current management at that stage said, no, we'll keep you on. And I can't tell you what I did. I can't honestly say what I did for the next month and a half. When you go into in TV, they call it special projects. And
the warehouse.
Yeah. And so that's when I first developed my skill of walking up and down this corridor with a piece of paper in my hand.
You are very good at that.
I've honed it over the years. I still use it to this day. And if you look like you're going somewhere, people think, they even go, don't bother him, he's on his way somewhere. I'll get back to him later. And I've done that for 28 years. But then after 6 weeks, the nighttime coordinator, Craig Ferguson, went on month's leave, and they asked me, can you have a go at the coordinating? And I said, yeah, no worries. And they said, well, it's a bit more to it than that, a bit difficult, but you'll see how you go. And I did it for 4 weeks, and it went okay, and Craig came back and actually resigned. He went off to be a paramedic. He did a career change. He went to be a paramedic, and so I started on the night shifts in 91, and I've done it ever since.
And inform the listeners what exactly the coordinating is and what you need to do to get the races, the odds and everything to air.
Well, the races are on today, for example, and I think we're at Sandown Hillside today, so Matty Hill will turn up about an hour before the race, and he carries broadcast gear with him. He'll plug them into a connection in the broadcast box and dial into our control room. They will then send it into the studio here on an incoming line, and then they'll send it interstate for the other radio stations, and that will be repeated throughout the day as the bloke plugs in Sydney and Adelaide and Melbourne. And then so in the desk in front of us, I've never sat this side of the desk before, but where I normally sit, you've got all these incoming outside broadcast lines. So where a normal radio studio might have about 8 to 10 faders on it, ours has, how many is it, Michael? About 24. So there's a lot of incoming outside broadcast lines, and they're all labelled as in Sandown, Randwick, Gawler, Doomben, wherever, and it's all on the desk. And then once that guy has plugged in for the day, his mic is live, and I hear him from start to finish all day. If you walked into the broadcast box at 3 o'clock this afternoon, I'd hear your conversation with you, whether you're in Perth, Melbourne, Tasmania, would hear it. And so when I start, I sit there with a set of headphones on that has our air program in my left ear, and in the right ear I hear all the callers in the right ear. Now I don't listen to 10 of them at once, but one of the skills of coordinating is to be able to have a lot going on in your headphones. So I often have about four or five going at once. They don't all talk at once. And then on top of that, I've got Peter, who's my right-hand man, has been for all the time. He comes in through my the intercom as well, and while you're getting the information as well. So I suppose the first thing you've got to get over is being able to ride. Well, first thing is just to stay calm, because there's a bit happening, and it's not an exact science, because horses play up and things happen and races run late and they clash. So you just got to stay on top of it, and just to, you know, I notice when people are talking on the radio or talking on TV, and a producer will talk in their ear, and they'll just stop talking because they're not used to it. We have to be the opposite of that. You have a lot of talking going in your ear, and then you have to isolate the caller you want to hear. There might be 3 or 4 guys talking at the same time, but you just pick up on Matt Hill because that's the information you want, and hear just him, and you could have separated. And so that goes on all afternoon. So as they come and go, I just listen to them. So I listen to them leading up to the race, when they say they're on the track, heading to the gates, they're arriving at the start, they're about to move in, they're moving in, and they're almost set, and they're off. And then I listen to them until I've established what the numbers are on that race. Then I can move on. And then Peter, who's in the booth, he can listen to all the lines and get the information for me as it comes in.
It's a remarkably difficult job, because there are so many balls in the air that you're juggling constantly, and the amount of race meetings. How has the time changed from when you started in 1990 to today, when we have so much constant racing?
Well, the amount of meetings is the obvious one, and that really started to pick up in the 90s. Look, to be honest, Michael, I probably caught the tail end of the racing industry when it was just seen as an entertainment industry. And then during the 90s it became more about wagering. We went to a meeting at Racing Vic, or whatever it was called back then, in the mid-90s, with all the senior race callers and coordinators, and we had a fairly lengthy meeting there, and to be honest, things like it kind of I think it got a little bit off the mark. There was a lot of discussion about turnover. Turnover must have been mentioned 45 times in the meeting, but things like attendance was never mentioned. And a few of the older race callers walked away scratching their heads, thinking, "Gee, is that where we're going now? It's just about the wagering dollar." And I think now it's been brought back into line. There's a good balance between the entertainment and the wagering now. But as a result of that, the race meetings started to really ramp up, and that's the obvious one. The other ones is the crossover of codes. I mean, we used to have gallops during the day, some trots during the day, and then the trots and greyhounds at night, and now you've got greyhounds during the day, gallops at night, and I can understand why those codes want to be in those time zones, but it does make for a difficult afternoon or evening when you've got different codes overlapping each other and trying to fit in next to each other.
The twilight racing, the night racing as well now, you could have 3 codes on at the one time. How do you try to fit everything in, and if there is a clash, what do you do?
Well, there's a priority that we follow. We obviously give priority to the Victorian meetings, and then after that, when we come to meetings of the same code, we prioritise Victorian. We tend to prioritise the gallops and the other codes because the turnover's higher, and that's the priority meetings. But we just, opposed to that, Thursday night, Sandown Grey gets the priority. On Saturday night, Melton's our main meeting, it gets the priority. So whatever is the main meeting of the day, and then you work your way down from there, from first to last. But when I first turned up, there was no Sunday racing. I used to work Monday afternoons, and there was no Victorian gallops on a Monday afternoon. It was just trots. You normally had 5 meetings on average per day, and about 5 or 6 at night, and the busy night was Friday night. There may be 6 meetings on. Now 8's about par. We can get up to 9 or 10 or even 11 sometimes when it gets very busy, but it got to a sort of a peak, a ridiculous peak, when Sky 2 came in. I think when that happened, there was meetings coming out of our ears, and we thought, well, we tried to our best we could, and we decided, no, this just isn't working. It becomes too, obviously we're a racing station, we are obliged to broadcast the races, that's what we do, but it gets to the point where the amount of meetings become detrimental to what you're trying to do. They're just on top of each other. So we've now found a sort of a happy medium where we try and cover that, they're the main 8 meetings today, so that's what we're doing, and we'll try and, and then say for a Saturday we have our 8 main meeting. We won't miss anything that's a big interstate or overseas, but we'll stick to the main fare for the day. And not just the number of meetings, the number of dividends. I mean, when I first turned up, it was Win Place, Quinella, Trifecta, Running Double, and then they brought in Exacta, then we brought in First Fours, then we've had the Quad Extra was the one that disappeared, but we've brought in Big Six, and we've brought in lots and lots of multiples, and some have been successful and some haven't quite been so successful, but there's a lot more to read out after every race.
That's right, and I think the listening habits have changed as well, because I remember growing up, RSN was the only place into the races.
Yeah.
Now we've got them on television.
Yeah.
Only place you could get your dividends was,
Yes.
I remember waiting for the likes of yourself and JV to get to the quaddie to see what the approximates would be.
Yes.
Everyone gets it on their phone now, so
Yes.
I suppose that would change a little bit also of what you believe is more important.
Yeah, look, there has been a change. One of the big changes was that you used to walk into the tab, and even though I mean, when I came along, Sky Channel was only just getting going. 3 of the nights I worked, there was no Sky Channel. There was only the radio to listen to, so you couldn't even watch them anyway. And you didn't have it at home; it was in the tab. So there's been sort of big steps forward in the visual coverage of the racing, because Sky Channel came along, and it was in the tabs, then it was in pubs and clubs, and then eventually you could get it at home, and then since we've had TVN and racing.com, and then you've got your phone and your tablets and all that sort of thing to watch it on. So see probably that if you can watch it, you will watch it, but we also realised that, you know, in 2018 people are pretty busy, and who's got time to sit around for 5 hours of an afternoon watching the races? So for the portability, we still recognise this station, and as I've said, I'm a radio person first and foremost, as well as being a racing person, and I hope there'll always be a strong radio coverage of racing and sport in general, because not just because it's necessary, a theatre of the mind, Michael. I love lying in bed late at night listening to the Test cricket in England. It's one of my all-time favourite things. So it's that theatre of the mind.
I thought you were going to say the dogs from Dapto. You've worked with some of the great guys that have been here at RSN over the years. John Vertigan was a legend of the coordinators. What was it like to start with JV, and then tell us some of the others that you've worked with? Bill Collins would have been back here in the day when you started.
Well, that was probably my issue, Michael, in that because I'd done that radio apprenticeship where you get thrown in to do everything at a country radio station. You do everything from, you know, broadcasting to towing the caravan to the OBs. So when they said, can you coordinate, it wasn't the logistics of the shift that worried me. I thought, yeah, I can do that, I can cope with that, but it was the getting myself up to speed for credibility, given who I'm working with and who I'm working around. And so I really had to I mean, I drove Peter and David Manning mad with the number of questions I asked about wagering and actual races and the interest, because I was working with John Vertigan. John was on during the day and I was on at night. And the race callers then, Brian Martin was the main caller back then, and then Robbie Tester, Brian Blackmore, Brian Markovic, Ronnie Hawkswell, Paul Hammond. These are legendary callers. We've always had the best race callers in Australia, and it's always been strong here. So you want to be knowing what you're doing if you're working with those guys. So it was a little bit intimidating initially, but they were so nice to me, and so it was great fun working with them. I had the opportunity to be able to speak to them down the line, off air, and I'm always proud of the fact that I think I'll leave here with a great rapport of all the callers I work with in particular. But when you mention, when I came here, Bill Collins had finished calling, but he was hosting a Saturday morning program with Brian Meldrum. And then Keith Hillier was doing a very shortened version of what you do now, because we had a sports program during the morning, and Keith would come on and do a bit of a preview of the day's races originally, and it grew from that, 1 hour and then 2 hours, then to what it is today. And so I was working with some legendary figures, and I've just been very lucky. Who I've worked with, really. I mean,
you've been, I suppose you'd be like an old pair of slippers for a lot of people out there. Your voice synonymous with racing here. Now, you're an ultimate professional. Each and every day we hear you on the radio, not making any mistakes. But have you made any? Is there a blue that stands out in your mind where it keeps you awake at night?
Is there a blue? There's probably plenty, but I can't. I have this look.
There's some strange names out there. You need to mouse around.
Ridiculous, and the names are ridiculous. And in my defence, I mean, the race callers do a bit of background on the names of their horses, but they're doing, the horses a day, so they can just like one meeting. Whereas I've got 9 race meetings, so I'm doing 90 times 9. And I did French very poorly to about year 10 at school. And I wish I had taken more, because there's so much French and Italian, and people think, oh, Mazzolini, you'd be okay with Italian, but my dad was born in Glen Iris, so that's not much use to me. So, but yeah, look, the names are ridiculous, but it's not just the pronunciations, and they roll the different words into one, and it makes it sound like when you're trying to say Michael Felgate, and you've got to try and work it out, because you haven't seen them, you're doing it all sight unseen, so you're reading out the fields having not rehearsed them. I mean, on a Saturday you go through the fields. I tend to go through the 2-year-old races because where all the new names come up, but once you've seen them a few times, you know what annoys race callers, me in particular, is someone will come up and tap you on the shoulder and say, listen, you've been calling my horse the wrong name. It's not it's not Felgate, it's Felgatti. And you think, okay, and you look at it, it's had 8 starts. And you think, well, where have you been? You know, it's hard for a race caller if he's been calling it one thing to suddenly change and call it something else.
Do you have a bet? Do you have a flutter?
The short answer is no. I did enough. Before I came here, I'd had a bet, so I knew what I was talking about with the dividends and everything. And when in the early years here, I did have it because it helped me understand what punters wanted in my delivery. But 3 years after I started here, the first of my 3 kids came along, so I was just broke for the next.
It probably helps you too that you can't say, oh, and that was slaughtered there. It should have won the favourite.
What I do in the last few months, last 6 months or so, I cotton on the fact that on a Saturday, Matty Hill and Brendan Delaney would take a quaddie every Saturday. I could hear them putting it together in the box. So I asked, can I invest in that? So I'm invested in a quaddie every Saturday.
What's their success like?
About the same as everyone else. You know,
not good.
No. What our most common result is we go so wide that we're hoping something at odds is going to get up, and the 4 favourites run home.
Yep.
And for our $25, we get back 8.
Yeah.
That's for Saturday afternoon. But it's good fun. It gives me an interest, and it's good fun. I don't really have the thing is my downtime. Not my downtime. I don't really have a chance to sit there and analyse the race, because while that race is going on, I'm now working on what I'm going to do in the next 10 minutes, plus there's results coming through, Pete's giving me dividends and margins and things, so I can't really sit there I think it would be distracting to be betting on all the races.
Well, Mazza, you've had an unbelievable career here at RSN 927. We're sad to see you go, and final day Saturday.
Yeah.
What time do you sign off?
About, I don't know, whenever the last race is on Saturday. I'd like to stay till the last. It'll be closer to 6 o'clock this time of the year. But look, I just wanted to say how much I appreciate everyone here at RSN and 3UZ prior to that, and all the fantastic people I've worked with. I've had the chance to work with Greg Miles. When Greg came along here, that was just such a dream to have arrive around the same time I went on the afternoons, just magnificent. And then he leaves and along comes Matt Hill. I'm like thinking, how good's this? And over the years I've worked with all the Bryans. You know, there was one peak with about 7 Bryans working here, and I'm the last one left. But I've worked with some fantastic callers, and they are great to work with. They make me look up. My theory has been, if you don't know what you're doing, surround yourself with people who do, and I've done that quite successfully. So, and the guys who work in here are all great fun, and all the staff and they're very to me, and very appreciate everything they've done for me.
The station with the nicest listeners, the greater 3UZ.
This is Sean Cosgrove, remembering the days of the old 3UZ. Peter Byrne.
So I'm brand new on the Midnight of Dawns on 3UZ, and lunch starts at 5:30. Then I'm going, don't run. So I sneak around one day from Studio 3 to Studio 4, which was the booth where his panel operator, Moondoggy, he's Bobby Dazzler, used to panel for him. And then there's Studio 2 in the dark, where he had all the little spotlights on. It was so gloomy you could hardly see him. And there he is, the man himself, and it's like 5:30 in the morning, and I'm standing talking to Bobby Dennis, just sneaking peeks at Don Hunt. This went on for 10 minutes until finally he hit the talkback button from the studio, and he said, "Do you have to stand there, buddy?" It was just cringe, you know, everything in your body puckered.
Right on, 7:13 with Don Lund. And here's Carole King, the gal who's really going places.
and I hope it's my apartment.
From 3UZ to RSN Racing and Sport, happy 100th birthday.
Bit of a slide begin there. Paul Marvel on the inside and showing pace to seats two. It went through to lead, settling down from Harry Chano around the outside. They're pretty late. Ben getting up on the inside. There was Paul Marvel. Deep on the track there came Burns Banjo. They were followed further back here by Jolene Barley at the tail of the field in company of the Wally Shop Girl. Into the straight there, fanned across the track here. Coming right down. Paul Marvel hit the front and won the last. Second spot would go to seats two, followed by Goosey Jade, who's handy. Further back then, Harry.
That was Paul Marvel winning a Grade 5 400-metre race at Geelong on the 31st of August. What's so special about that race? Because the soundtrack to a lifetime of listening to greyhounds and following the sport is what you are hearing, because the great Ron Hawkswell, the voice of Victorian greyhounds for 50 years, officially that was his final greyhound race call. And Ron is in the studio today to announce something very important and special. Ron, good morning. How are you?
Yeah, good, thanks, Michael. Morning to you, morning everybody. Yes, well, that particular meeting at Geelong may not have had a lot of significance for a lot of people, but it was more so the date than anything else. The 31st of August this year, of course, but the 31st of August 1974 was the inaugural meeting of the Cranbourne Greyhound Racing Club, and I called the first race on that night.
Wow.
It was 50 years ago from that particular meeting, that day that meeting along, and it had a lot of significance there for me because I wanted to call numerous Cranbourne Cups after that, but it also had a lot of significance for Cranbourne. My late brother I lost in the last couple of months or so, Alan, he had a 25-year involvement with the Cranbourne Greyhound Racing Club as well, and he's got a portion of that journey was, of course, as a judge at the track there. So it meant a lot to me, that date, the 31st of August, back in 74, 50 years ago, called the opening race at Cranbourne, won by Speedy Goldie for Arnold Porter, who also put the polish on a really good greyhound jumper called Odero.
So had you been planning that as your final day of calling races, or was it something that post that you said that would be a nice way to end 50 years?
It was in the back of my mind, but about a week or so ago, 2 weeks or so ago, I finally decided, yes, that was an ideal moment. There comes a time, and I believe, and I'm very satisfied, there comes a time I'm satisfied I've chosen now to hang up the binoculars as far as race calling, and it's been a fantastic journey, Mick, over the years. I couldn't wish for anything, but it was tough in the early days, but the achievements and that, and the people, the great greyhounds I've caught over the years, yes, are fantastic, but the people involved in the racing industry, I'm saying the racing industry overall, the three codes, because I've covered the three codes, more important and most importantly over the last few years, focusing on greyhound racing, because that's where it's my name, and I just feel it is the right time. It's the right time to move, and I'm very comfortable with the decision.
Any caller that can call at the top level for 50 years is incredible, absolutely remarkable, and you're going strong. You could keep going as well. You're not going out on a downward trajectory. You've been calling as accurately and as well as what we all remember. And I grew up listening to your iconic voice calling greyhound races, and there's already a lot of SMSs coming through about their love for you as well. Is it a hard decision now that you've made?
It was a tough decision, but I believe it's the right decision. There comes a time in your life when you've got to make hard decisions, and I believe this is the right time. This is absolutely the right time. It's the time, to, I suppose you might say, go out unscathed as far as, and go out on a pretty high note. So look, the racing industry overall, not only greyhound racing, but the three codes, the racing industry overall is fantastic. They've been fantastic to me. I've had a great response overall, and I just thank them very much for what they've done over the years, and how they've accepted me into the calling aspect.
Where did it all start? Where was your major break?
Well, it started with the family. Very early years, Mick. When I was about 10 years of age, it was a family tradition. We went to the races every Saturday afternoon, in and out.
Wow.
Rain, hail or shine, whether it be Moonee Valley, Flemington, Sandown, Flemington, in and out. There was just the races, and sometimes the trots, showgrounds trots on the Saturday night afterwards. If we didn't go to the trots, we might have got the Sporting Globe and then watch the races on the Penthouse Club. So, involvement overall, it's been a fantastic innings, and we went to the races. I've seen some fantastic horses over the years, and as I say, I was at the opening meeting at Sandown Gallops in '64.
That would have been incredible.
Yeah, and then the crowd was huge.
Yeah.
Then you just couldn't move, and also I was there in the Guineas. I watched Boyhead win the '65 Caulfield Cup. So, and along the track, but it's been a fantastic innings. And then I started off originally. I was doing the qualifying trials, and that of course at Olympic Park and Sandown. Olympic Park, they used to run 64 qualies for the Australian Cup. It was running a 4-stage series. They'd run the qualies, the heats, the semis, and the final. I did the qualies at Sandown. I did the picnic race for many years, probably 10 years I think I did the picnics, and I've come with some great people there, like Mick Kent Sr. was a jockey at the time, Jenny Chapman. Ray Douglas was one of the great riders on the picnic circuit. Covered all that, and I'd go and call the Cranbourne Dogs that Saturday night too. So, it's been a fantastic year.
And another iconic race caller played a pretty big part in your life as well, Collins.
Yeah, Bill Collins. Bill was fantastic. Bill appointed me at 3DB as the number one greyhound caller, but he asked me, he wanted me possible to fill in the gallops and the trots if required. And then, of course, when 3UZ took over, once again Bill came to me and said he wanted me to fulfil that role. So, to have Bill Collins accept me and want me there, a man that I worshipped for so many years, was just fantastic. And things started, the calling aspect started really at the races, because the old hill stand at Flemington, you'd have Bill Collins and his brother Henry was there at the time, Bert Bryant and Peeping Pete, and Wayne Kirby and Murray Kirby were in the end box, because Wayne was doing the calls back for Channel 9 News, and Murray asked me to go down and get him a pie. So I did that, and then he invited me up to watch a race, and that's where it started. That's where I became really enthralled in taking up the race calling aspect side of thing. And Wayne, I wanted to help Wayne with 3 Warrigal, the dogs up there. I'd fill in the meeting up there. So, great people. And Shepparton in the early days when I started calling, Ian Sambleby, who was a well-known voice in 3UZ at the time, I became great friends with Sambo. He gave me race night at Shepparton, the Thursday night, the old Shepparton Showgrounds, and I'd call race night. I'd work in town during the day. I had a full-time job during the day. Drive to Shepparton.
What was your full-time job?
The personnel office, that's right, in the personnel office. Then I'd drive to Shepparton, call race night, come back, start work at 8:15 the next morning. But Sambo gave me that great break, and he also then went on to give me his meeting at Wangaratta on the Saturday night, which I did for quite a while. I got $20 for driving from Melbourne to do the Wangaratta course broadcast there. And then after that, once a month I'd do the Kilmore Trot Trials on Sunday morning. So you get back from Wangaratta at 1 o'clock, and I'd be up at Kilmore doing the Trot Trials on the Sunday morning. So it was hard yakka, but I was very thankful along those lines, because at Shepparton I got to call on the course broadcast, also 3SR, which was the local radio station, to gain that radio experience, and also the race calls went back to Sandown Greyhounds on landline, and people at Sandown were betting on the Shepparton meeting. So overall, despite the fact it may have been a hard act, I just weighed it all up and I said, this is what you do this sort of thing to get your start.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, the greyhound industry is very grateful that you did. You've called some amazing greyhounds over the year. I'm going to play you a couple, and I want to get your thoughts. What about the 1990 Melbourne Cup with Highly Blessed?
They're racing Highly Blessed away brilliantly. She's gone straight to the lead, the favourite. Highly Blessed 2.5 in front. Black Pirate running second. Sing Along is third. Autumn Chariot near the tail of the field in trouble. Was Kareem Eureka Man. It's Highly Blessed, a length and a half clear. Black Pirate is second. Far away to Sing Along. Came Yapamick, followed by Autumn Chariot the inside, then Never Short. Eureka Man at last. Kareem. Highly Blessed is sliding. She's about 3 or 4 lengths out in front of a Black Pirate. Going through on the inside is Sing Along, but Highly Blessed racing away. The favourite wins the Cup. Thanks to Sing Along. Black Pirate third.
I loved hearing the sound of the crowd when you called it straight away after pinging the lids.
Yeah, she was a very exciting greyhound. She was the first greyhound, I believe, to win in Group 1 level in force. She was racing trained by very good friends of mine, Doug Karimi and also Doug and Karimi from Shepparton. And a special moment that Cup by but she was a wonderful greyhound, and fought at the highest level in 4 states.
Who do you think's the best greyhound you ever called?
The best greyhound I ever called, gee whiz, that's a hard ask, but I think because of credentials, I'd say Baltrice.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Baltrice won 4 Sandown Cups. 89. There's been some fantastic greyhounds over the years, but Baltrice winning 4 Sandown Cups, it's in the same breath. I'd say you'd say the Manikato Stakes. Manikato winning 4 William Reid Stakes, and then Winks, of course, going on to win the Cox Plates. But to win 4 Sandown Cups by a greyhound, I don't think that'll ever be done. No, that's the reason I'd put him on top. Baltrice, and he's trained by Norma Kellick down at Warrnambool.
You've seen some of the best in the sport, but you've also witnessed huge changes in the sport, haven't you? And I want to play you this call because it was the last ever race at Olympic Park back in 1996.
To be run here at Olympic Park after 34 years racing. They're coming in. They're racing, and away fast on the inside was Berry Bulldog, tailing out early Generator. Berry Bulldog is going to lead around the first quarter now by about 2 lengths, going to second Nation Nipper. Noah followed further back by Congressman over on the inside. Then Grove Noir followed further back by Stylish Raider. 5 or 6 Exhilarator followed by Dark Marble and Vale Half Bomber. Congressman going after Berry Bulldog. They're clear over Grove Noir, Nation Nipper. Congressman on the outside and Berry Bulldog. Congressman takes the lead and Eric Reid wins the last of the park. It's Congressman first and a photo second, third Grove Noir or Berry Bulldog. Further back in the field, Nation Nipper, and then came Dark Marble followed by Vale Half Bomber.
Wow, it was called the last bark at the park, and the crowd noise sounds incredible. What was that night like?
Oh, sensational, Michael. It was the last race at Olympic Park, which had been such a great venue and such a popular venue for so many years. Like, you didn't have to be a racing person to go to Olympic Park on Monday night. The atmosphere down was fantastic. The crowd, you couldn't move. The bookmakers and the money that was held in those particular days, you just couldn't move. Same with Sandown on a Thursday night. You could not move. You had to push and shove to get through the crowd, and they lined the back fence at Olympic Park. It was so big, and I said that the turnover was sensational.
Did you like having a punt threat?
Not on the races I called. Okay. When I called, I didn't punt, but like, say if I worked at Geelong in the afternoon, I might have a bet on Continent races in the afternoon, but if I didn't bet on the races I called that apart, I just thought that was the right way to go.
Yeah.
So I'll have a bet on the Saturday afternoon. So.
There's a lot of great moments in your career. You got to call the mighty Brett Lee as well. In fact, let's have a listen to that, because this was Brett Lee winning the 2001 Australian Cup.
They're racing, and Brett Lee began like a firecracker near the outside and goes across and takes the lead. Brett Lee 2.5 to 3 to go. Wild Teddy third. Dutchie's Angel into the straight. Going out to the tailor's Flood Fawn, but going down the back straight. And Brett Lee is a cricket pitch in front, about 6 lengths clear. Go Wild Teddy, followed by Dutchie's Angel, then Big Smig. Well back in the race came True King, followed further back by Flood Fawn, and then came Sheridan Power and Karama 5. But Brett Lee, one of the greatest, turns for home with an enormous advantage, and Brett Lee wins the Australian very easily indeed, about 8 lengths. Go Wild Teddy second, Dutchie's Angel third. Then
what a greyhound he was. How enjoyable was it to call Brett Lee? I loved a cricket pitch in front.
Yeah, he's a great greyhound, great name there, great. The times he ran, Mick, were fantastic, and his winning the Adelaide Cup was sensational. And 2000 was a special year for me, which was the year my beautiful daughter Jessica was born, so it had a special place in
absolutely.
My heart. Yeah.
30 Top Guns, 38 Australian Cups, 26 Melbourne Cups, 30 Cranbourne Cups, 40 Silver Chiefs, 39 Maturity Classics of the major races that you have called. It's just incredible. And the achievements are just as remarkable. And you're actually wearing the Ken Carr medal that you won in 2016, 2017 right now. A lot of SMSs are coming through here. Congratulations, Hawk. Great call, a better bloke. All the best for the future. That's from Tony Chibnall. Where are we here? Someone asking, did you ever get you call bold trees? You mentioned that before. Ron, congratulations on a stellar career. Just wondering what the strangest thing you've seen in a race. I'll actually give you the strangest call in 1 minute. I'll get through a few of these other ones. I miss Olympic Park days with Hawk calling and school holidays. We'd tell Mum we were going to the movies, but we went to Olympic Park instead. It was a great time. That's Tommy and Ashburton. Another one here saying, I worked with the Hawks on the tramways from 1978. Great days travelling to Shepparton, Trots and Warrigal Dogs after work. The Hawk worked in the rosters section at the tramways, and he would have the form guide tucked inside the roster document he was working on. Great guy, great caller, Phil Pignolo.
Oh, Phil, yeah, good on you, Phil. Hi, Phil.
So there you go. A couple of other ones here I want to read out. Neil Donnelly. The Hawk is one of the nicest guys, most naturally talented broadcasters I've ever worked with. Well done, Hawk.
Thanks, Neil.
And another one, Cole McNiff. Hey, Michael, the Hawk was very helpful to me in my early career. Wish him all the best in retirement. Cheers from Cole. A lot of love, as there should be, for you today, Ron. But I want to play this as the last bit of audio today, looking back on your career, and I want you to tell me what it was like. Have a listen to this.
Racing, Norma Sits, bounced out okay near the inside, away pretty fast there. Devon Magic's gone to the lead. Over on the inside there, Norma Sits is running second. They were followed further back by Tigerific third. Pretty bit of the straight though, and Devon Magic is well clear. And Devon Magic's won by about 8 or 10 lengths to the good of second placing Norma Sits, and they were followed by Tigerific back on the inside. Quatchcape was followed.
Now, Ron, what was going on there? What was the actual name of the greyhound?
Can I just, I'll give you the spelling bit first, Mick. It's Norma, N-O-R-M-A, new word, S-T-I-T-Z. Now, this was a Wednesday afternoon meeting at Sandown, and I'm looking through the guide and running the colours before the race, and how in the heck am I going to get around this? How in the heck am I going to get around this time? So I'll give it I think John Vertigan might have been in the afternoon. I said I'll give this a bit of a serve. But yeah, well, that was one of them. But there was another greyhound I went to. Actually, had a bad on the first turn. I said, well, wedding dresses come down on the first turn.
Oh, very good, very good.
Yeah.
What's the next chapter now, Ron? Enjoy retirement?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. As I said, my daughter, I thought that was another reason. Like, I did what I wanted to do as far as my daughter. I put her through uni for the last 3.5 years. Brought her a car. She went to uni in Bendigo. I did that, completed that task, and now she's a fully qualified dental practitioner, which is fantastic news. We got through that. We jumped that hurdle, got through it, and yeah, I said, Mike, I think this is the time. It's the right time to hang up the 1050s.
Well, you're an absolute legend, Hawk. What you've done for greyhound racing probably can't be fully comprehended. You've been the soundtrack of the sport for 50 years in this state, and enjoy a well-deserved retirement. A lot of love for you here, Ron, and deservedly so. Congratulations on a remarkable career.
Thanks very much indeed, Vic, and thanks everybody. It's been a fantastic ride, and I've enjoyed it immensely. More so, I've enjoyed the people who have been associated, and the greyhounds are fantastic as well. But no, it's been a great ride, and yeah, it's one to be treasured.
Lovely to catch up with Paddy Newton, who was a huge part of the success of the Greater 3UZ at 45 Burke Street.
It was an era that Bert loved. He's always loved radio. He was used to talking to the people and making things up as they went along.
Well, listen, does your husband ever have any nights off?
Yes, if I tell him to, he'll be in bed. If you got any offers, I'm on the way.
Right.
But let me know what time I have to get a shower.
3UZ is a really, really strong memory for me because it was the start of something very big for Bert and I, and he loved every moment of what he did.
From 3UZ to RSN Racing and Sport, happy 100th birthday.
Welcome to Spontaneity, where we surprise people and have chats with them. Last week it was our breakfast host in Daniel Harford, and today it's the departing David Manning, who didn't have any idea that we were doing this until now. Welcome, Dave.
Andrew, this is a surprise. I thought I was coming in here to get the Tijuana or something.
Well, you are getting the Tijuana, but not till 11 o'clock on Tuesday night tonight as we record this. So you're finishing up.
Yes.
Gee, I don't know where to start because it's been nearly 5 decades.
Yep.
And life around racing radio has been yours for all that time, isn't it?
Yeah, in all seriousness, look, I really love radio. I think it's great. Even when I was growing up, 6-year-old, Dad would be listening to the races on a Saturday, and I thought, that sounds great, sounds exciting. And And even though, you know, we'd go to the football, Dad wasn't really a racing person, but I just hassled him. I want to go to the races, and he took me to the races, and I just loved it.
So that was the click. So I was going to ask you whether it was Mum and Dad or someone else that got you into racing.
Just hearing the races. Dad would take the same numbers every week in the Daily Double, and he'd listen to the races to see if he got the double, or he'd take his birthday or postcode came in, and I just heard it and I thought, gee, that sounds great and sounds exciting, and I just got interested in the races. He'd take me to the races even though he didn't really have an interest in it. Took me to the races and I thought, oh, this is fantastic.
Now they tell me that through the years there's been sort of different things, and a couple of those would have been trying to call a race. You tried that for a little while?
I actually, I'm going to surprise you here because you might not know this, but I did call a Group 1 race.
Did you? What was it?
At the Trots. It was 3DB where I first started.
Yeah.
They used to do a call of the races from Moonee Valley Trots on a relay that would go around Australia to their other stations around Australia. And obviously Bill wasn't calling that night. Terry Clifton was on holidays. Ray Benson was probably sick, so up I jump, and they needed someone to do it, so I did that. I called it a few thoroughbred venues, like I did a Seymour Cup once, did Woodend, Mornington, Pakenham, closed a few tracks down. Pakenham, the old track, gone. Woodend, I called that, gone.
Yeah.
DB, gone.
I don't think it was because of you though, David, but they may not be there now. But so what I'm, I guess, saying to you is that it's been racing that's been the link through the life of DB, 3DB to 3UZ and to here at RSN. It's been a constant. Many people would have got to know your voice through that time. Now, I want to go back to Bill Collins because I dealt with him a little bit at DB when we were there, and a little bit at UZ. What was he like? What was he like to, let's say you set up the gear. Take us through a Saturday there where you were setting the gear up and working with him.
Well, I'd set up the gear, and you know, we weren't friends. There was a big age difference between us, but he was always a nice, very professional man. Showed out in his work.
Yeah.
But you know, he'd a little bit of small talk. He'd say, "Do you like anything today?" And I'd say to him, "Do you like anything?" And you know, we'd talk about the races a little bit. Then, you know, 2 minutes before they're going to jump in the 2-year-old, he used to like to get a bank for the quaddie, and he'd say, "Go down and back the favourite for a place in the 2-year-olds," and be charging down the stairs, be pushing people out the way to get the bet on. But he was really professional. Like, he'd take all these crosses. He'd take a TV cross later on. You wouldn't even know things were happening. Like, things were going mad, but just real.
He was calm.
Yeah, calm.
He was
That's
calm.
Right.
Times have changed though, because in those days you would have been taking, and you keep telling us just how heavy those suitcases were.
It was like you're going on holidays. 2 big suitcases.
So you had to truck them every Saturday there.
Correct.
But now we've got we've got a little. We can do it on your phone, but these days. And we've recently moved to our new studios here at Racing Victoria, that we've got a brand new panel, and you've had challenges there to be saved, Dave. Maybe this has driven to where you are departing RSN. Take us through the first couple of nights of trying to work the panel out here at RSN.
Look, I had absolutely no idea. The previous panel, I loved it, but technology caught up with me, and I think I was driving the technicians mad, and even poor old Phil, he was trying to teach me as well, and I think they must have thought, this bloke is as thick as a brick.
You can say dickhead on the show.
Well, yeah, they probably thought, this bloke's a dickhead. And it was, I sort of thought about it, and I thought, all I need to know are the important buttons. 1, put myself to air. 2, put the race to air. 3, play an ad. And 4, at 11 o'clock, hit that button that says best of breakfast with half.
And you've learnt that.
I've got them all, mastered them all.
But there have been some different things, and one of those has been a song.
Yes.
Tell us about the song that you've just kept on playing every time that you've been on, when required.
Well, look, sometimes leading up to 11 o'clock, and you think, look, one of my favourite songs, I mean, I love, Chris Farlow had a song called Out of Time.
Right.
So I would play that, and I thought, I'm out of time, I'll play the song, Out of Time. And because there were only 2 songs on my little touchscreen, and I didn't know how to load a song from the library onto the playlist, so I thought, I'll just keep playing Out of Time. And look, I expected to get something from Chris. I've got absolutely zippo from him.
Right.
Because I reckon I've funded his retirement for at least the last 18 months.
Well, I don't know whether Chris is still with us. I hope he is, and I hope that he enjoys David Manning, because they'll suddenly drop off over the next little while. You'll notice that one person, particularly out of Melbourne, Australia, hasn't been playing that song too often. Now, the other part of your life that away from racing radio has been the rag trade. And you worked selling material.
Yep.
And I'm going to start this off by saying that David sold wedding dress material to my wife.
Yes.
Greg Miles's wife.
Yes.
And who was the other one? There was
my wife.
Your wife, yeah. So you did that. So tell us about working in the rag trade.
Well, look, the first job I got was in the rag trade, and I started out and progressed a little bit up the chain, and I was going around selling fabric to these wholesalers, dress wholesalers, and all different things, you know.
Yeah.
People who made all different things, even coffins and things like that. You'd sell fabric to them, and I did that for a while, as well as working part-time at DB and then UZ, which was the forerunner of RSN. And I finally got offered full-time employment and went down the racing line.
So the rag trade got you to where you are. You have trained standardbreds, and you had good success. You're one of the first, going back a number of years now, but you're probably one of the first. We see New Zealand horses coming here all the time now, but you decided, I'm going to train horses, and you bought a couple. Good Pep is one that comes to my mind readily, but so tell us, well, you can tell us whatever you want, because this is your finale on RSN.
So, do you want the story when Joe Pep tipped me out and ran up Coburn's Road and finished at we did a lap at Gavin's place, or do you want the one where we had a lucky day and won at Cranbourne the Gallop?
That's the one. Tell us that one.
Okay, all right. So, I had an uncle who trained horses, and my cousin had quite a few rides as an apprentice, had about 600 rides and rode a few winners, and he got a bit heavy in the end and had to give it away. So I talked him into making a comeback, and the things he had to do to lose weight. And anyway, so I went in this horse and won a couple of races, and he rode it, and it was great. But then my uncle decided to enter the horse at Cranbourne this day, and he didn't really say much, but my cousin said, look, this horse will just win. It will just win. And I said, are you going to ride it? He said, no. He said, Alan Trevina's going to ride it. He'd give himself the heave-ho off it. He said, we'll put Alan on. So I'm thinking, this is pretty good. I'm pretty confident. I'm single, living at home. You've got money, you know. You haven't got commitments and things like that, you know, when you're a young fella. So I go and meet Alan, shake his hand, you know. So my cousin said to him, look, Alan, just jump this horse out. He'll lead, and he'll just win. And I'm thinking, and Alan goes, okay, righto. You wouldn't believe it. Barriers spring open, out jumps the horse, straight to the front, wins. I have backed it. I've got Quinellas, trifectas, each way, and I've gone berserk on it actually, because I had money. I didn't get, actually the race before mine, I got the running double as well. Sean Cosgrove won the race before.
Oh, fair income.
Yeah, and I got the running double as well. So I won that much money. There were no $100 notes in those days. I'm sticking money in my pockets. The pockets are full. I had to stick money in my underpants. I had no more pockets left. I've got money everywhere. I won enough money to buy a brand new car, or not it was 12 months old, but I updated the car, and enough to for a deposit on the first block of land that Julie and I bought. So it was fantastic. I think I gave my uncle 500, I gave my cousin 500. I think Alan Trevina was...
Did you tell your mum and dad?
Yeah, I think I did.
Okay, right. I was just checking whether they knew or not.
Oh, yeah, they knew. I think I gave Alan 500. I gave my uncle 500 to give Al, but I don't know if Al got it.
No. Oh, well, for good reason. Celebrate.
That's happened.
No, exactly. Hey, it's been fantastic. I know this words aren't good enough, as I've stated in a release that we sent out to our staff on Monday. Words don't capsulate what many of us are thinking, Dave. We're glad you're going. No, we're not. No, we're absolutely...
Finally worked me out. After 50 years.
We told you we'd catch up with you. But From when I first met you to now, I can only speak of that time, and I know that there's been years in amongst that we haven't seen each other because I went and did other things and you stayed. But from all of the collective staff at RSN and for everybody that you've touched along the road in the last 40 to 50 years, Dave, a big thank you, because we've joked about some of the things that you've done, but you've always been a worker, whether it's been a tote caller with Bill, whether it's been just sitting in a studio with a studio presenter and reading out tote odds that you've done, to playing Chris Farlow, to doing everything that you've done. You should be very proud of that. So from everybody, our congratulations to you. A much-deserved retirement. Go and enjoy it with the family and spend some time with everyone that you haven't been able to do it. So from all of us, congratulations.
All right, thanks to everybody. And I just want to know, what does this button do?
The most frequently frequented frequency in the state. Dial 930, the great 3 you said.
Greater 3UZ, 100 years old, the birthday of the oldest commercial radio station, not just in Melbourne, but in Australia. Peter Byrne was a huge part of that through, I know, the 80s, and I'm wondering whether it was the 70s as well. Peter, welcome along.
Sean, baby, it is very good to be here and in the studios of the Greater 3UZ once again. And it was definitely the 70s, because I started at UZ in 1971.
Wow.
Having come from Swan Hill and Ipswich, 3SH Swan Hill and 4IP in Ipswich, to get to 3UZ. So yeah, I've figured just recently that from 1971 onwards to today is well over 50 years. So I've been associated with, connected to 3UZ for more than half its life.
Absolutely incredible. What's your first memory of the Greater 3UZ as a kid growing up?
Well, that was when I first started listening to the radio. In those days, the big thing in the 60s was transistors. And every kid had a transistor radio, a little portable that he went with an earplug, and you listened to it in bed at night with the earplug in and everywhere you went. And 3UZ was the dominant station in the 60s and had all of the stars. And I suppose when I think of all the people who worked there, not many of them were Melbourne originated. Not many of them grew up in Melbourne and were Melbourne people, but I was. So all those names that were so familiar to me were familiar to me for years and years and years. When I was spending my weekends doing the garden work down in Geelong as a kid for my dad, Don Lunn was doing the Sunday afternoon top 20 or top 40 countdown, and Lunny was, pivotal, I think, in my own personal radio listening history. Jimmy Hannon was on air at 9 o'clock in the morning following Breakfast with the Daddy-O of the radio. The afternoons were handled by John Vertigan, who not only had this beautiful, smooth and articulate and very slick style on air, but also coordinated all the racing from around the country, and ultimately ended up teaching me that. So I was listening to those sorts of stars, and Alan Lappin on Drive, and then the nights were rocking with people like Big Sam Anglesey and Stan Rove and Sparksy, of course, Ken Sparks. And then the Midnight to Dawn guy, whom I listened to all the time when I wasn't listening to 3DB and Dennis Scanlon. I was on Graham Cherry on 3UZ, the Midnight Rambler, a phrase that I stole when I went to Brisbane.
These guys were as big as musical rock stars back then, weren't they?
They were. They were the performers as well as the music they played. It was just a personality plus music-driven, genre that there was no kid that could resist it. No young person, no adolescent, and as we discovered with 3UZ, no adult either. Like, they dominated the radio. They dominated the airwaves for decades.
There was a man behind the scenes who was the one organising all the music, and his name was Fred Tolley. He was an absolute character, genius when it came to selecting songs that would become massive hits.
Wasn't he? Wasn't he brilliant?
He's a freak.
We were talking about it before. Did he bring, or was he responsible for the Beatles ethos around 1964 when they came? I was a uni student at the time, and I remember I thought, oh, well, this is beneath me. The Beatles? I was an intellectual. I had a duffel coat and long hair. But on the day that the motorcade came from Essendon Airport, here am I on Royal Parade in Parkville, sprinting along beside the car, like frantically waving to them, and then getting together outside the Southern Cross Hotel, where there must have been 100,000 people on the intersection of Burke and Exhibition Street. It was stunning. And yeah, UZ started it all. Lunny was crossing to Lappin, and Vertigan was out there at Essendon as well. They had a whole team. I think Clive Waters from the newsroom, Car 1, Clive Waters here. Good morning, motorists. Was very busy doing his thing. John Ford running the newsroom, of course, at that time too. So they're all big names in the 70s who had sort of flowed over from the 60s, if you like. In the superstars in the 60s, I was kind of lucky enough to get the job at 3UZ just in the fading part of its glory days. But what did I care? I'm on Midnight to Dawn at 3UZ. I've got Don Lunn coming in at 5:30 following me. And I've got Stan Rofe at 10 o'clock at night till 1 a.m. before me. So I'm a sandwich between Rofe and Lunn.
It's a pretty good spot.
A young man couldn't ask for much more than that. But the history of my addiction to 3UZ goes back to my childhood. And then on in my first years of radio, I got my job at 3SH in Swan Hill. And within 2 weeks, the then studio manager came into the studio while I was on the like third shift or fifth shift, and he said, "Peter, stop vertiganising." He said, "Be yourself." I thought, well, I don't know how to be. I just listened to Don Lunn and John Vertigan, and that's what I'm doing. And when I went to 4IP, I was doing the Midnight to Dawn up there at 4IP. All I ever wanted to do was get to UZ. I used to send John McMahon, the program director, a tape every day, and then rush to a phone box and put 20-cent coins in to ring him up. "Oh, hi, Mr. McMahon, did you get my tape?" I'm on Midnight to Dawn at IP, and Graham Cherry's doing it at UZ, and he's the Midnight Rambler. Well, of course, I stole that too. So, Peter Byrne, the Midnight Rambler, here at 4IP, trying to sound like Graham Cherry. So I've tried to sound like them all, and got a career out of it.
Fred Tolley's party trick, which I thought was magnificent. Agents would come in, they'd bring a new singer in with their single. I saw Fred do it. And somebody might say, I'm bringing in Johnny Farnham. He's got this new single out called Sadie, the cleaning lady. And they'd come in, of course, John Farnham would be nervous at the end because he's meeting Fred Tolley, who's probably going to determine whether he has a career or not.
Yep.
And Fred, his party trick would be, get the 45, he'd look at it, whack it on the turntable, put the needle on, and you'd hear dun 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 dun, and just as about to start singing, he'd take the needle off and go, "That's crap," and just throw it in the bin. And you see these artists just go, "Oh, there's my career gone down the gurgler." But Fred would have listened to that song during the week. He knew exactly where it started, and that was his party trick. And he'd only do it to the ones who were going to be good, because he knew he'd be playing the single. And I reckon there are a few very talented and well-known artists who had great careers thought they went down the gurgler with Fred at the Greater 3 years out in Burke Street.
Only to discover he was having them on. And yet in his modest, humble way. Like he was so kind of self-effacing, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
But he knew everything about music, and in that record library, he knew where every record was.
I remember when I came back after John Vertigan left and I was doing afternoons, and I said to Fred, "What music do you want me to play?" And he's got the fag in the mouth and the coffee, and he looked at me and he said, "Whatever you like." And I said, I'm thinking, well, 3XY down the road, every song, you can't change them. Play whatever you like, cos. I said, "Yeah, sure." He said, "Hey, if you don't know what to play by now, we shouldn't have hired you." Fair enough.
I know, so dry, but yet so witty and precise. And he was right.
"You got a format?" "What?" He's like I had three heads. "You got a format?" And I said, "Well, what about I go old, new, old?" Yeah, that'll do. Just play whatever you like." And he just trusted you, and he knew that you were going to play the right stuff. And I can tell you, Pete, every Friday he'd come back from the Windsor Hotel, and he would have been on the singing syrup with quite a few of the crew, and he'd trot up and he'd leave a heap of carts on top of the console for me. So give these a run, cos. Yeah, righto. You'd look, "Today" by Barry Hopkins. What the hell is this? It's a song written by John Denver, sung by a West End artist in London. I put it on, the switchboard just went on fire.
Yep.
Every time you played a song that he picked, so give this a go. You throw it on. Everyone, "What the hell's that song?" He was just an absolute genius.
And we all sat around at Jocks meetings every week, all the announcers meetings, and I'm in the same room with like Lund and Anglesey and Graham Cherry and all these heroes, thinking that we were making a decision about music and which is going to be added, which is not. And it was Tully in the library all the time. The other guys who are well worth a mention off air, whose names wouldn't be remembered too well these days, unless they're anyone's my age or older. And at my age, everyone seems to be younger, were Bill Vagona, the man who was the chief technician at 3UZ in the 60s and created that big, fat sound on 930 that was responsible really for the fact that you could listen to 3UZ anywhere in the country. I used to listen to UZ since I was plagiarising Graham Cherry and John Vertigan. I used to listen to UZ on the Story Bridge in Brisbane.
Really?
After my 4IP Midnight to Dawner, 5:30 in the morning, in the car, stop on the bridge, which is like a big coat hanger.
Yep.
And it's a huge aerial. And I picked up Lunny's opening song every morning at 5:30, and his opening gag, which I stole and used that night on my next 4IP shift.
How unusual.
So I was a borrower.
There was another guy called Max Barringer. He was very important at the station too.
Yeah, recording and making sure that everything sounded so fat and so thick and so strong. And he took all the dirty words out of the Ballad of John and Yoko with the most magical edit that's ever been known in the history of editing.
Did you ever host radio auditions?
I did.
You're kidding?
There wasn't a thing on UZ I didn't do, apart from Newsbeat.
Right.
Never got to do Newsbeat, and I think I'm really pretty thankful for that.
Yeah.
But John McMahon, who hosted radio auditions until Father Gerard Dowling, the family counsellor, was the longest running show on Australian radio, took a week off and asked me if I would do it.
Wow.
So out at the Newport RSL, I think it was, comparing a live edition of it out there, and then the next week back in the studios in the auditorium.
I love the way the three gongs that you would get, and can we give away how they were actually structured? Pete, I think we can let the secret out now.
The secret's been safe until now, but if anyone's going to blurb it, you are.
Okay, Shirley Radford played the piano, and John would be there and say, now, let's all listen and see how many gongs they've got. And he'd be listening, and he'd say, the judges are tonight Peter Byrne, Bert Newton, and Brian Martin. No one was there.
And they're all in the soundproof booth.
In the soundproof booth. But there was no soundproof booth, there were no judges. And John would get his hand and just put two fingers on top of the piano, and Shirley would see it. And right beside the foot pedal on the piano, there was a button. Bzzz, one gong. Bzzz, two gongs. Will there be three? Nothing.
That's how it was done. I thought it was, you've taught me something I didn't know, because I thought it was Shirley with a foot pedal who herself decided if it was a 1, 2 or a 3 gonger and just used her foot to gong the contestant out.
The thing I used to love in winter time in particular, it was a safe haven for a lot of people who live rough on the streets. And I often commented and said, it looks like we put a trail of metho from the front door up to the radio audition studio because we get drunks and desperates in there. And they had to throw one bloke out one night because he wouldn't stop clapping. He just clapped non-stop the whole time. And there was one famous night when somebody got up there running a bit short in contestants, so that often invites from the crowd who'd like to have a crack at radio auditions, and this bloke, I'll have a go. Up he's going to sing the green grass of home, and Max Berry's just still got a copy of this somewhere. I'd love it if we could get it. Shirley does the big twirl on the piano, and this bloke starts, oh, home, looks the same as I stepped down from the... And he hit the floor, and you hear John yell out, he's dead, the man's dropped dead, he's dead, quick, get him. And they thought he'd dropped dead.
He just segment for Newsbeat.
He just collapsed. He was that drunk, he just blacked out and hit the deck and never hurt himself. He was full as a goose.
But he was still a fortunate man because he got to walk up those stairs, Sean, baby.
He didn't get a gong, though.
45 Burke Street. Every time I go to Melbourne, I go to Pellegrini's, which is over the road from where 3UZ was. And yeah, I walk past those hallowed. There's no plaque on the building.
No.
There should be a plaque.
Yeah.
I mean, 100 years ago, Oliver J. Nilsson's secretary walked up to the post office at the top of Burke Street and got a licence.
Yeah.
Got the licence. Must have been the 8th of March, I guess.
Yeah.
100 years back. And that's how the whole thing began.
And for those who drove past it or walked past it, it was an incredible building. I remember my first thought was, not if, but when there's a fire, how do I escape and get out of this place? Because there was a huge fire door down the back that onto the lane where the Waiters Club was, at the side there. And there were just concrete stairs, and there was no real escape to get out. I thought if you're up the back, you're going to get them in a spot of bother here, getting out of the joint. And there was like a rabbit warren, wasn't it? You went up levels and turned corners. It was just fascinating to go into. It was the history of it was just amazing.
But Sean, when I grew up, I would have taken a job there as a cleaner.
Yeah.
To get into the building of 3UZ.
Yeah.
Used to go past it. Remember one day there was a gold E-type Jaguar parked on Burke Street right outside the building. And it was Lunny's. It was Don Lunn's. I think, oh, that's Don Lunn's car. Oh, I might see Don Lunn. Can I tell you, speaking of secrets, the first thing Don Lunn ever said to me?
No.
I remember it well. In fact, I still cringe when I think about it. So I'm brand new on the Midnight to Dawns on 3UZ, and you've got a 5:30 finish, and Lunny starts at 5:30. There's no newsroom, no news bulletin at 5:30. It's just your song timed out to 5:30, and I was the greatest timer out in the industry. Every one of my songs finished cold. I chose a cold song rather than a fade so that I could nail that 5:30, and as soon as the second hand hit 12, Lunny could hit his opening cut. So he did, and I'm going, oh, Don Lunn. Oh. So I sneak around one day from Studio 3 to Studio 4, which was the booth where his panel operator, Moondoggy, he's Bobby Dennis, the Bobby Dazzler, used to panel for him. And then there's Studio 2 in the dark where he had all these little spotlights on. It was so gloomy you could hardly see him. I could see a couple of penthouse cutouts stuck on the walls, which he set up every morning for his show. And there he is, the man himself, and it's like 5:30 in the morning, and I'm standing talking to Bobby Dennis, pretending to be talking to Bobby Dennis. I'm just sneaking peeks at Don Lund. This went on for 10 minutes until finally he hit the talkback button from the studio, and he said, "Do you have to stand there, buddy?" Oh! It was just cringe, everything in your body puckered. and you backed away and left the room and never went in again. But we did become buddies and good friends. In fact, when I won the 3UZ chess tournament, I'll just say that again. When I won the 3UZ chess tournament, everyone had to play everyone. And Lunny's intimidatory tactic was to invite me to his home. Because when I went to the home, he had the same lighting, all mood and quiet music playing, and this onyx, beautiful green and white onyx chess set all set up under a spotlight. It was so intimidating. I mean, Don Lund.
Russian tournament.
I know. It was so over the top. I did beat him, I'm happy to say, in that game. And I think I've still got all the moves written down in a notebook somewhere in the garage. The day I went to Don Lund's place and was so intimidated, but I still beat him.
The other thing I remember about the Greater was when Bert Newton was there, you'd walk around the corner and you never knew who you were going to bump into. Like I walked in one day and almost shirt fronted Marie Osmond. He was, oh, g'day, how are you? Surely you have to be Debbie Reynolds. People, you never knew who was going to be a guest on Bert's show.
No, it was pretty special. When I did my mornings, prior to Bert, 3Z Brecky was you? No. Deeksy, I think.
It could have been Deeksy,
doing Breast and Me on mornings, taking over from Jimmy Hannon. And then later with Jackie Clancy, who joined me for part of that time. But in those days, it was an all-music show with comedy, supposedly, from Jackie Clancy, the funniest man I ever met, I think.
Did you ever get royalties for The World's Greatest Mum from Johnny Chester?
Yeah, I should have. The number of requests. I might give a big shout-out to Bev Stowe in Werribee, for whom I played that probably every day. And, to this day, I get a birthday and a Christmas card, and I exchange one with her from Bev Stowe.
She requested The World's Greatest Mum every day?
Every day.
And Chess would have just loved that.
Yep. There were maybe 4 or 5 requests a day for that song. And you had to write in those days, like a letter with a stamp and post it at the post office.
Yeah, a lot of effort, not just text.
Yeah, just you couldn't even ring the request through.
What's your favourite memory when you look back at the Greater?
I should have known you were going to ask me, and I should have had an answer for that. But
there must be some beauties.
Oh, they're all stunning.
Yeah.
Just that overwhelming feeling every time, and it happened every time. I walked into the building. Every time I opened the front door at Burke Street and walked up those stairs, it just felt like some intimate and personal part of me was destined to be there, but at the same time I was so blessed and fortunate to be there. I couldn't believe that I was doing it every day and walking in and mingling with Don Lund and Jimmy Hannon and John Vertigan and Alan Lappin and Ken Sparks and Sam Anglesey and Stan the Man, Rofe. They're all beautiful people. And Johnny Chester, who was doing the Midnight to Dawn there, when I did 6 and he did the other one. After Graham Cherry left. And then, of course, it was all programmed after John McMahon by Bill Gates, who was on air himself, and so slick and smooth. So to mingle and mix with those people, I met a very nice girl in the building at 3UZ named Rhonda McCormack, who was the announcer's secretary. And Rhonda and I ultimately married. After about 8 years, I think, we finally decided we'll have a family and get married. So, that was a very special place to have met your future wife, who's now one of my best friends and has gone on to fame and fortune in California, and himself a megastar in the world of literature and movies. I think just the ethos, the era. When 3Z moved from Burke Street to Berkeley Street in Carlton, it lost something of itself. I think it lost its whole spirit and its whole raison d'etre, if you like, its being.
There was the magic. at 45 Burke Street.
Wasn't it though, Sean?
I remember when I came down from Queensland to start work there, you were the first person I met.
Oh, yeah?
Because I came down and started Moomba Weekend, and being a country boy from Queensland, I looked at the back of Best Bets and I saw all these blokes with short hair, and I thought, I better go and get a haircut. So I got about 3 or 4 inches cut off my rather long afro hairdo at the time.
I remember photos of that, yep.
Yeah, with a beard, and I looked like Jeff Lynne from ELO or one of the Jive. That was even after the haircut. Anyway, I thought, not being very bright, I thought, the Moomba, there'll be a parade on the Saturday, it'll all be over by Sunday. But I've arrived Sunday afternoon thinking, holy hell, it's a bit busy here. And they put me up the Shadow Commodore in Lonsdale Street, wherever it was, 5 nights, and then you're out in the street. You had to find somewhere to live in that time. Didn't know a soul. And Vertigan, I said, I'm here. He said, okay, that's good. He said, go around the corner, walk up to 3Z Burke Street. Peter Byrne will meet you, and he's got a T-shirt for you. And you're riding in the Moomba Parade tomorrow morning on the 3Z bus. Okay. I've turned up, I met you, and you produced a T-shirt that would have been tight on Michelle Payne. It was that small. And in those days, I was a lot fitter. I'd found where a gymnasium was. I've put it on. It looked like a bra. The sleeves were up here. It was like midriff top. I'm trying to stretch the thing on. And we rode through Melbourne on the top of this double-decker bus. And there's the new announcer for 3 years, into the crowd like a Neil Moore, the whole lot. And John Vertigan's reaction, because he watched it on TV, he looked and, oh my God, 3XY, eat your heart out. He turned to the guys at the radio station and said, what the hell have I hired? I remind him to this day, he probably still thinks that. What the hell did I hire?
I was in that Moomba Parade, or at least one. I don't know how many we did, but I remember sitting in a float down Swanston Street.
That's right.
Thinking, this feels good. It was good for our vanity and our egos. Probably didn't mean a great deal in the overall scheme of things.
There were some wonderful times, Pete, and the beaut part is she's still around. It's 100 years old, 3Z, and happy birthday to it, and happy 50th anniversary to you, because you've been a part of it for 50 years.
Yeah, more than 50, and there hasn't been a year when I haven't... I have a little list in my phone of significant life achievements, and getting the job at 3UZ is at the top of that list. Breaking 80 on the golf course is pretty close to the top, I have to say, and winning the 3UZ chess tournament. But getting the job at UZ was the greatest thing that had ever happened to me, and when I look back in terms of career, I think still is.
Prior to our 100th birthday of 927 AM broadcasting back in March, we welcomed into the studio, well, it was meant to be one Monday, but it ended up multiple days. Kevin Bartlett came in and chatted with Daniel Harford.
So crunch that cereal, munch that toast. Here's a program you'll love the most. From the top of Burke Street, it's cheerily said. From 3
Well, it's a very special occasion here at RSN. The old 3UZ back in the old days was celebrating 100 years. And when you talk about 3UZ/RSN, one man pops up all the time. His name is Kevin Bartlett, the icon of Australian rules football, let alone sports media in this country. And it's great to share some memories with the great man today. KB, welcome back.
Daniel, it's always great to catch up with your smiling face. And one of the greatest players I've ever seen.
Now you're telling lies now, Kevin. Don't come in first up and start.
Hawthorn were wrong to give you the sack, I'm telling you. I actually one year tipped you to win the Brownlow medal.
What year was that, Kev?
I can't remember. It was a year when I wasn't feeling very well.
That's very nice of you to say.
But a great career at Carlton too, that was terrific.
Of course it was, yeah.
You got paid a lot of money for doing very little.
Well, not much, Kev. That's why I got out. I felt a bit guilty, so I had to retire after that. I've always said this while you're giving out players. I've always said this. You are Australia's greatest media performer and personality, and you're a big part of this station's history here at 3UZ/927 and all through the years. When you were a kid, did you listen to UZ? Were you a 3UZ listener?
Of course I did. I listened to UZ. I used to listen to the great Bert Bryant calling the races, because Bert was a very, very colourful buster.
Yes.
You know, he was... I think he was a punter, because I think he knew what horse he was on in the race, but he was a famous racing identity, and racing broadcasters in those days, along with Bill Collins and Joe Brown, they were pretty famous people on the sporting scene. And Bert Bryant used to have a morning program as well. I think Jack Ailing used to be there as part of the team, and 2 or 3 other types of people. But he was a brilliant broadcaster. He was a theatrical broadcaster. You know, accuracy. I think he was pretty accurate, and it may not have been as accurate as they call Bill Collins the accurate one.
Yep.
But he had theatre about him. He turned for home, 2 lengths in front, astoundings in front. He stopped as if he's been hit with a sledgehammer, or he's been shot with a 22, and
probably wouldn't get away with that these days.
Not today, but it'd be very graphic, in just describing races. He was fantastic. He's very, very famous, and you probably have it here at the studio, where he called a race between Big Faloo, was one of the horses, and the other horse, I'm just trying to think, Rain Lover, I think it was, Rain Lover, yeah. Big Faloo and Rain Lover.
That's right.
I think Paddy Hyland was riding one, and Roy Higgins was riding another. And I think Roy just had a baby, and it's one of the great broadcasts. It's a 2-horse race. It was a match race.
Yep.
And he spoke. They're often running in the match race. And Roy Higgins last night. Congratulations, Roy. On the new bub. How's the bub been sleeping? Going well, is it? That's great. He said, hasn't missed a beat. And we've just gone past the 300-metre mark, and Hyland's just sitting there at the moment. He's just having a bit of a chat to Roy Higgins, and he sort of broadcasted the race like that until it got down to about the last 2 furlongs or 200 metres, furlong to go, and then it went into broadcasting mode.
Yeah.
But it was brilliant broadcasting, just a 2-horse race, and he just, I'm certain in 100 years of racing on 3UZ, that you'll find that broadcast, because it was iconic.
We'll get that. We'll make sure we get that out there for the listeners to be a part of. So resonate with you. Listen to you tell that story, and working with you through the years covering footy. You were that. You were the man that created the theatre. Did that resonate with you?
I think so. I enjoyed that sort of broadcasting and commentating, and casting myself. It's one thing, you've got to be accurate, of course, but I think you've got to entertain people, tell people what's happening, because they're listening on radio. So
yep.
The old story is you're painting a picture, and I think you've got to have some fun yourself.
Yep.
I think if you're having some fun broadcasting, then the people listening can enjoy it. They can have a bit of fun as well. So I think it probably resonated with me, and was probably one of the reasons when I went into broadcasting that I don't mind the theatre a little bit.
Very good.
Tripping the Light, fantastic.
Dancing on a Dollar.
Dancing on a Dollar.
The
twin calicos are flapping in the breeze.
It's
a little bit of fun.
Got a little bit of fun.
Slices his way to trouble, finds some fresh air.
Backtracks, retreats.
What a great goal. Tweet that. # bloody good. We had some fun, Daniel, because I broadcasted a lot with you.
We did have a great time together.
We spent a lot of time on Friday afternoons when we were both at SEN days, and you were doing the afternoons and I was doing mornings. They were great days, great fun.
They were great days.
We made a couple of champions. I mean, Jason Richardson was unheard of.
Never been seen since?
Well, I met him. I think he was a janitor. I think he was a janitor at the station, walking around with, like a little mop in his hand, cleaning the toilet bowl and things like that. And I got chatting to him, felt sorry for him, and he very quickly told me that he'd won the stall gift, which was good. I think it was in the days before drug testing, and he was telling us about how good he was as a runner, knew a little bit about horses, started talking horses. So I thought, I'll get him on, give him a chance, and so we started off, racing with Richo, off to the races with Richo, and from that he's grown into Australia's biggest and most sought after broadcaster. So he's done a magnificent job, Olympic Games, calls rowing, calls ice skating, downhill skiing, does the horses.
Yep.
He does
for all seasons.
He's a man for all seasons. He's a fantastic individual.
And all thanks to you, in fairness.
No, he's a magnificent man.
He is.
Jason Richardson.
So going back to Bert and Bill for a second, because horses back in those days, KB, they were the heroes because there was no TV, and radio was the only way.
Radio was king.
And I remember you talking to me years ago about not even thoroughbreds in the harness, like paleface adios. You used to adore paleface adios.
Well,
in the harness race.
The 3 sports dominated our skyline here, and that was Shane Rules football, which is AFL in those days, or VFL in those days, 12 teams, and then you had racing, and then you had harness racing. And harness racing was nearly as big, if not as big, horse racing. It was a monster sport because you'd go to the races on a Saturday,
And after that, you know, you'd maybe might grab a bite to eat, and then you go off to the showground.
Yeah.
And Bruce Skeggs was the famous broadcaster out there. He had a great voice, Bruce Skeggs. And the showgrounds was a very small track, very intimate, and lots of people could pack into there, and it was always a fantastic atmosphere. But they had, you know, the great champion horses. You know, Cardigan Bay came across from New Zealand, who's the first horse, by the way, that to ever win $1 million from Australia and New Zealand. He won $1 million.
Yep.
Cardigan Bay. There was Caduceus, who was the other champion, came across from New Zealand, and there was Apmat and Cocky Raider and Paleface Adios, Dusty Miller here in Victoria. I mean, it was just fantastic. Was, you know, the trotter that won 38 races straight. It was, and Lucky Creed then came along from New South Wales. He won about 34 races straight. Courage Under Fire won about 30 races straight. These were great horses, and they dominated the newspapers in the sky. And what happened was the best horses would go across to America, particularly Cardigan Bay, who's a very, very famous horse in our history. Went across to America, and they used to run in the Yonkers International. It was a three-way race series in New York, and Cardigan Bay beat the best in the world over in New York, you know, to be acclaimed the best. And he stayed over in America, didn't come back, and he raced till he was about 12 years of age. But he was just fantastic at the showgrounds, you know, because he'd give him starts like 36 yards in those days. Yeah. 36 yards, and which was a big start. And you know, a little track, and then on that last lap, you know, they'd pull the card out, you know, and you could hear the crowd go, "Here comes the card, here comes the card," and you know, you sweep around the field, and it was exhilarating. But somehow lost that sort of spot a bit, you know. They went to Moonee Valley and then to Melton now, and sadly not as big or as popular, or doesn't demand the attention the newspapers gave it in those days, because the Inter Dominion in those days, well, that was as big as the Melbourne Cup Carnival.
Yeah, right.
They would run that over about a fortnight, and horses would run over a mile, and they run over like 1,000 metres, or you know, 2,700 metres, or even a bit longer, and the points added up, and you had to get a certain number of points to make the final, and there was trotters and paces. It just dominated. It was fantastic. It was a great time. It was a great time for radio and sport.
So did you want to always get into the media? I mean, you went and did your legendary thing at Richmond, 403 games, and a legend of that football club. You've got a statue at the MCG, Kev. I was there for that unveiling.
Thank you.
Which was magnificent. It's a great
you
pose.
Make certain you give it a polish every time you go past.
There's a bird dropping.
Don't let any Carlton supporter near it under any circumstances.
So you did your footy thing, and you're an icon of the game. Was media always something you thought you'd end up doing, or was it something that sort of happened?
Never quite certain. I don't think that was something that was foremost in my mind. I was playing as such. What happened was, in my last year of playing, which was 1983, 3UZ started up a afternoon Friday football show coming from hotels called the Sunny Crust Footy Show. And because Sunny Crust was a bread, so obviously the bread was the big sponsor. And Leon Weirgard was the host of it. Yep. And they had a panel. And they asked me to be on the panel. Now, in those days, you know, I was working for the PMG, which became Telstra, or Telecom in those days, and I'd been working there since I was 15. I'd been working there all through my playing career, so 21 and a half years I worked at the PMG Telecom, and they asked me, you know, would I be on the panel on a Friday afternoon, and which I could work into because you could work extra time in those days at Telecom. You could get to work an hour earlier, you could stay an hour later, and you could add up. And so I used to take Friday afternoons off to do the Sunny Crust Footy Show. And so that was my first sort of foot in the door in terms of doing sport on radio. And then they'd play the Sunny Crust Footy Show the next day. So I'd record it and play it the next day. And so that's what happened. And then whilst I was playing, there was also at the same time doing the Sunny Crust Footy Show, 3UZ was, they had a sports show called Sports Night, I think it was called, Sports Night. And Leon Weirgard used to do it with Ian Cleland. Okay. So Leon Weirgard used to do, say, Mondays and Fridays. Ian Cleland, who was the former AFL umpire, I think he had a big transport company as well, Cleland's Transport. He was Tuesdays and Thursdays. And they asked me, would I do Wednesdays? And Wednesdays was the only day I could do because, you know, Monday, Tuesdays and Thursdays were football training days. So I could actually do it. So whilst I was still playing, I did this little show on a Wednesday night, you know, between 4 o'clock and 7 o'clock.
So what year was that? Was it
1983.
83, yeah.
1983. And the panel operator was the great Craig Willis.
Is that right?
The great Craig Willis.
Wow.
The voice of the nation, Craig Willis. And he was the panel operator there at 3UZ. And so I started doing that, and then so that was okay. And then we got to the end of the footy season. That was my last year, 1983, and I'm at work one day in the telecom building, and I was an instrument maker in those days, electromechanical instrumentation, and I get a phone call from Craig Willis, and he said, "Kevin, how you going? You're not bad." He said, the station's asked me to give you a call and make a proposition to you, and that is, would you like to do the sports show 5 nights a week? Because Leon Wigard can't do it 5 nights a week because he's running a company he was running.
Yep.
Ian Cleland can't do 5 nights a week, and they decided that instead of having 3 different hosts, they only want 1. So, you know, would you be available? And I said, well, I've been here for 21 and a half years, and I must say I'm bloody sick and tired of working here for 21 and a half years. And I thought, yes, I will. So I said, so I accepted, and within a week I left the PMG and started doing the 5 nights a week radio show on 3UZ with Craig Willis virtually as producer and also panel operator.
So what was on that? Was that a sports show? Or was
sports show.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, 4 o'clock to 7. It was 4 o'clock to 7, and so we continued to do that because they were doing racing at that stage. Racing was still big.
Yep.
You know, there was people there like Sean Cosgrove, Pete Donegan. You know, Rob Syme used to read the news. A young David Armstrong was like he's an apprentice.
Right.
David Armstrong, now one of the great news readers on Melbourne radio.
In Melbourne.
At 3RW, and it's been around for 100 years since, but he was just learning the trade then. And so I did the sports show until at the end of the year they decided that for some reason, 3UZ, who was a racing station, that they'd get out of racing and they would become a music station.
Who did that? Who made that decision?
Management made that decision. It was owned by Nielsen in those days, 3UZ.
Yep.
Bill Gates was program manager. I think he had something to do with the Bee Gees. I think he even tried to suggest one day the Bee Gees was named after him, Bill Gates, BG, Bill Gates, but instead of Brothers Gibbs. But anyway, he was there. Trying to think who was the... I think Mr. Nielsen himself might have been the general manager running the whole show. But they decided for some reason to get out of racing. At that stage, Bert Newton was at the station. He was the king of morning radio. He was the king. I think doing breakfast. Tony Barber might have been there, I think, doing breakfast. I think Ernie Sigley at one stage was doing breakfast.
Yep.
So they had, you know, all the big names were at 3UZ. And but anyway, they decided to get out of racing. And so they said to me, can you start up a football team? And football broadcasting will get into racing, into football. So I organised... because I had never broadcasted football, so that was a great challenge. Good start. So I rang up Mike Williamson, who had virtually retired from broadcasting, a famous Channel 7 commentator. And, of
course, Jezelenko, you beauty.
Jezelenko, you beauty. And I'd got to know Michael very well over the years because he was a good friend of Tommy Hafey's, and so I got to know Michael well. And I thought, well, I'm starting off broadcasting, you know, something I've never done before. My best chance would be to get someone who had experience and could sort of mentor me, you know, as a broadcaster and help me along the way. So I rang up Michael and said, you know, would you come out of retirement and, you know, be my co-commentator?
Wow.
And he said, yes, he would. So we started up the 3UZ football team. So then we went and got Wale Roberts, I think, got Wale to do the special comments. I think Stewie McGee, the former Bulldogs captain, joined us. Brian Quirk, Neville Fields, I think Crackers might have been there as well. So we started up the footy team, and so we started calling the football on 3UZ, and DB had the racing to themselves.
Yes, welcome back to VFL Park. McClure grabs the ball out of the ruck, hand passes it, but it went to Tony Shaw. Quick as a flash, he hand passes the ball to Greg Smith. Greg Smith now right in front of the commentary box, or slipped over the crucial stage, gone for a hand pass, then got a of Corcomelis. Yes, it's been played, and Corcomelis with the free kick for Carlton. Now he'd be a good 65 metres out from goal. He's on the member side flank. He's going for a short pass in towards the centre of the ground. He's looking for McClure. Coming in is Hunter. The ball's knocked away. Gagan read it well. Goes for the long hand pass. If it'll bounce right, it'll fall in the arms of Hunter. Hunter does. He screws the ball around with his left boot. He's put it through. A great goal by Kenny Hunter.
3 goals to Hunter.
That brings up his third, and that takes now Collingwood on the CUB scoreboard to 6-3-39, and Carlton creep within 5 points, 5-4-34. This is 3UZ football, 85.
How many years did you do footy on UZ?
Not long. Not long. I'm trying to think. Maybe one or 2 years. It might have been 1 or 2 years. I'm going back a bit now because of the timeline. Because what happened was. The station got sold. They decided to sell the station.
Well, you were telling me this before. It was a rapidly evolving landscape. It was. Radio in the 80s.
Yeah, stations were getting sold right, left and centre. And so it got sold to a bloke called Edmund Rouse, who was supposedly a Tasmanian billionaire or something.
Yep.
And he had this great idea to turn 3UZ into a country and western music station.
Right in your wheelhouse.
The first country and western music station. Now, first of all, they asked me to sing a couple of Gene Autry songs, which didn't sound very good. I didn't know anything about country and western racing. So I think it was fair to say that not only me, but everyone else at the station got the Swisho overnight. Got the Swisho overnight. So football, unfortunately, had to close down, and so did the station become a country and western station.
Wow. I did not know that about UZ.
That's what happened to him.
There you go, they were learning things. That's why we need people like you to tell the stories, KB. So you went on a rampage of radio stations through the next little while.
Well, what happened then was Sean Cosgrove, who had been working at UZ, had gone across to DB and obviously did racing stuff, but he also was doing a 4 o'clock to 7 o'clock sports show. But there was racing intermingled with it, so you'd have guests on, but then you'd have to cross to races or a bit of harness racing, probably greyhound racing as well in those days, I can't quite recall. And he was doing that, but Sean must have got an offer, I think, to go to Gold FM or 3KZ it was in those days, and he decided to leave just virtually the moment that we all got sacked from 3UZ because we knew nothing about country and western. and I got a phone call from 3DB saying, look, Sean Cosgrove is leaving, but we want someone experienced in doing that sort of show, which I'd been doing at 3UZ. Can you replace Sean? So I went from 3UZ to 3DB, and it was called KB on DB.
KB on DB.
Yes.
Fantastic.
And you know who was my panel operator?
Not Cozzy, no.
Andrew Bensley.
The Hoss.
The Hoss.
The Hoss was your panel op.
The Hoss, yes. I think he had his eye on a girl there too, by the way.
He probably did.
He had his eye on a girl there. I think he married her.
They might still be together too.
Yeah, so he was the panel operator.
Was he? Sorry about that.
Again, we did the sports show and used a lot of the DB personalities, from Herald Sun and things like that. It might have been Jeff Polder and Mike Sheehan and people of that, would come on the program. And then there was interspersed with racing as well and bits and pieces. So that was going along swimmingly. That was going along very, very nicely until the radio station got sold.
Again?
It got sold after a very short period of time. The radio station got sold, and the Herald and Sun and Weekly Times, Herald and Weekly Times and the Sun, that owned DB decided to get out, and they sold it. And Bert Newton came in as the general manager of DB, and of course he immediately installed himself to do more morning, so the morning host got sacked. He hired 3 comedians to do breakfast. I can't recall their names, but 3 comedians to do breakfast. And then, I'm quite certain what he had at midday. Oh, it might have been Keith McGowan.
Oh, yeah.
I've been doing a bit of racing or... No, I don't think, no, not racing. They had someone on anyway. And then Bert rang me and told me that I no longer had a job because they're not doing sport. They're doing current affairs.
Right.
And so they got in a bloke to do... he was a car bloke. He used to talk cars. Bill somebody, I forget his name.
Yeah, okay.
But he came in and he took over my position, so I was out of a job.
So when did you come back to UZ? Because I remember, KB, and I'm not sure how many iterations of breakfast you're involved in, but I remember late in my playing days, I would come in a day a week with you and Gary Honey in the old studios at Elizabeth Street.
Yes.
To talk some footy.
Oh, no, well,
I got there, but
that was a great turning point.
It was great fun.
I came back, you know, after I was coaching the Tigers for 4 years and got sacked.
On a Sunday morning again, was it?
Yeah. Well, never answer the door on Sunday. One of my great rules. Let them bang the door down, but never answer the door on a Sunday morning. But I'd been doing a bit of work at AW.
Yep.
And calling the football. Rex was doing footy in those days, but I'd be at another ground and covering maybe the next main game, and then I'd call some of the game when they had finished and it was close, all that sort of stuff. And I used to do a 6-hour sports program for them on a Saturday outside the footy season, 12 to 6, and I used to sport in the morning with Ross and Dean on the Brecky show. But I did to go to start up football at Magic 693.
Right.
So I been around. Been around. So I went and Steve Quain, who hadn't called football at that stage. He's a beautiful person, Steve Quain, and he joined me as a co-commentator. Got the great Sam Kegovich, who had sort of been on the scrap heap somewhere. Yes. Got him to do special comments. Tony Shaw was still assistant coach to Lee Matthews, so I had to talk to Tony and convince him to, you know, do the radio with us, which was great as a special comments as well. And we had, you know, other people were on the ground. Nixon was around the ground. The great Matt Rendell, Barry Round. They were terrific. Good names. So we started up Magic Footy, and that went a year.
They didn't get old again, did they?
They got sold. They got to AW, where I just left. I wasn't flavour of the month. So I was not doing anything at that stage. And then that's when I came back to UZ, because Steve Cairns and Noel Crow were running the station at that stage, and Leon Weigard was doing breakfast. Now I'm not quite certain what reasons there were, but Leon no longer was going to do breakfast, so they approached me and Dr. Turf to do breakfast.
So we can blame them for you and Dr. Turf, can we?
Yeah, absolutely. You can blame those two. So it was a great union of myself and Dr. Turf, who's a beautiful person. He's one of my best friends, and he's always been, you know, fantastic to me. In recent times, I've had a lot of sadness, and he's been an enormous support to me, you know. And
he's a good man.
So we
won't tell him that, but he's a good man.
Great man. He's a great man. And anyway, we hit off our relationship straight away. You know, I loved his sense of humour. You know, our personalities just gelled, you know. And so we started breakfast on 3UZ.
Bill, apart from being a fabulous race caller, you also had Sunnyside Up for many years. I know as a kid watching Sunnyside Up, you used to get over the fence and give everyone a tip. They must have been marvellous days. But also, president of the South Melbourne Football Club, Bill.
Yes, I was back in 1981 when all the kerfuffle was about them going to Sydney.
What was it like being president of a football club? How easy was it, Bill?
Oh, it was anything but easy. I think it was probably the most traumatic 8 or 9 months of my life.
Bill, Eric Welsh and Jim Carroll, I mean, what are your memories of callers that for people my age are just names and books and so forth?
They are just names, but they were marvels, and they're the two men that set me on the path, although I didn't know them at the time. They were the two men that inspired me to become a racing commentator. Eric Welsh had the best voice I've ever heard, and I'm not just talking about broadcasting races, I'm talking about anybody in radio. His was the best voice I've ever heard.
Yeah.
It was going along swimmingly. It was going.
Oh no, not again.
It was going along swimmingly. No, I didn't get some. No, it was going along swimmingly, and then one day Doc was unhappy, something to do with the punting and the betting and all that sort of stuff, and so he unleashed in his typical mannerisms, and we had our major sponsor sue us. Which is most unusual. Most unusual to have your major sponsors sue you. So then Doc had to make an apology on air.
He's not big on apologies, the Doc.
And halfway through his apology, he sort of went off track. We gave him another serve. next minute I know, I get a call from Noel Crowe telling me Dr. Turf no longer is working for 3UZ. So I lost the Doc, which was a great disappointment. Lost the Doc, and we joined up when I first went there, and I'm glad this happened because you become a lifelong friend, and Noel Crowe said, "No, who do you want on your program?" And I said, "Well, there's a chap I read in The Age every day, and I think he's just a fantastic writer, and his thought on sport and things like that." I said, "His name's Patrick Smith," and I said, "If we could get Patrick Smith to come on, maybe at 7 o'clock and come on for half an hour, and we talk all things sport with him and that," I said that would be fantastic, and so
that started at UZ, you and Patrick.
Yes, Noel Crowe rang up and Patrick agreed to do it, and a lifelong friendship resulted between Patrick Smith and myself, and we finished up working together for probably 21, 22 consecutive years.
Right.
Because after I left, I went to SEN, as you know, but I did breakfast here for about 8.5 years, and Patrick was part of that.
Yep.
And then when I left and went to SEN, then Patrick came with me, and we spent another 13.5 years doing mornings together. But so that was one of the great moves the station made here, and Patrick came on, and but then the Doc, of course, had to depart. So the Doc departed, and the great Johnny Letts became my on-air partner.
I never knew this.
The great Johnny Letts, who'd won the Melbourne Cup.
My word.
On Piping Lane, and used to love telling the story that he'd never seen Piping Lane in his life, he'd never been into Flemington in his life, and he'd never ridden in the Melbourne Cup in his life. And the first time he saw Piping Lane was when they hoisted him up onto the horse on the mounting yard, and he had I spoke to Roy Higgins or something about it, and he said, give me some advice, and Roy said, well, start making your run at Chiquita Lodge. And he said, okay, he said, round the back you can't miss it. He said, okay. And so he tells the story that he's off and running, and he's looking for a 45-storey building called Chiquita Lodge. Not looking for a little low-level single-storey building, that was Chiquita Lodge, which was named after the great mare Chiquita, trained by Tony Lopes. And second in the Caulfield Cup, second in the Melbourne Cup behind Comic Court. But so he nearly missed the bus. He missed going at Chiquita Lodge, but anyway, he won 80-to-1 chance.
Wow.
And he used to love telling that story.
He would have.
But he's a great man, Johnny Letts. So he did the show for a little while, not long. I'm not quite certain whether he just got sick of it or whatever it was, so he didn't do it. So they said, well, we'll get rid of poor old Johnny, and we're going to replace him with Simon O'Donnell.
Scoop.
So the great Simon O'Donnell came and joined me at the Greater 3UZ. And
so what years was this? Was this not late 90s or?
Well, let's see.
Trying to work out the numbers here. The timeline for you.
Yeah, because we start with Doc in the mid-90s, so late 90s, and he I think he was living at Kiln at the time.
He probably was.
He wasn't always on time. Wasn't always on time. The scoop wasn't always on time.
It's not ideal in the mornings.
In the mornings, because we used to start, I think, 5:30.
You would have, yeah.
On air at 5:30, and in fact, when I should have mentioned this, when I started with Doc on doing the show, I one day when I was broadcasting football, I wanted to get across, and I got onto a young reporter from the Herald Sun, called Craig Hutchison,
yes.
and I got a tribunal report from him, which I thought he did very, very well. And so when we got the job of doing the show, the breakfast show, Rick Wall, I think, in the past, the great Rick Wall was a great man for 3UZ, great sporting man. He was the producer, I think, for Leon, but he didn't want to do producing anymore, so we had to find a producer. So I rang up Craig Hutchison and said, "Do you want to be the producer?" So Craig started off as our producer.
So you made another legend.
Made another legend, and he was only with us for about a year, maybe less than a year. And Channel 10 then, you know, I used to call him the world's greatest producer, and Channel 10 picked him up and he left, you know. But he was just another person who was involved at UZ, you know, for that period of time. But so Simon O'Donnell did the show there for a couple of years, and then might have become too much because he was into horse racing a lot and syndication and travelling and things like that. And so then the great Gary Honey, you mentioned before, turned up, and a fantastic person, Gary Honey.
Well, you would have loved him because you're an athletics lover too.
Yeah, and I used to say to him, how unlucky were you? You know, I mean, he had the afro sort of in those days, the blonde-headed afro, you know, and he won the silver medal, you know, at the 1984 Olympic Games in the long jump, and you know who beat him? Carl Lewis. The great Carl Lewis. The great Carl Lewis had won 4 in a row, and I used to say, you know, you're a bit unlucky, Gary, to run into Carl Lewis. I said, and particularly I said when Carl Lewis had won the 100 metres, he's on his way to the start of the 200 metres, just stopped off for one jump in the long jump. Did one jump and said, that'll do me. It just happened to be longer than your jump. But he was a great man. He was great to work with. He was a mad Collingwood supporter, loved the Pies, but he was terrific, and he's become a great friend too over the years, and we keep in touch, and you know, he's always been a magnificent individual. So Gary did the show, I think, maybe only for about a year.
Oh, it must have been my year.
Only about a year. And Noel Crowe called me one day, and he started talking about figures and station making money and all that sort of stuff, and something's got to give, and Gary's got to give. So I just stayed on and I did the show by myself.
Did you?
Yeah.
How many years did you do it by yourself?
It must have been about 4, I suppose.
Yeah, right.
About 4 years, I suppose. I just did the show by myself, along with Patrick, who would come on at 7 o'clock.
Yep.
And so that's how I got back to 3UZ, along with the Doc, and you know, it's been a great journey because I met all those great people on the way. Johnny Payne, you know, was here then. He was a great man, great in production. You know, and there was a lot of wonderful people around 3UZ in that long period of time over. And you know, Sean Cosgrove's still here, you know, still in the building, you know, which is just magnificent.
Yeah, there's many great people floating around still from the golden days of probably yesterday, Kev. We're moving forward strongly, but those were the days, no doubt. And radio for you, what's it about radio? Because you're an icon in Australian radio, let alone sports radio, and you're a wizard, you're a marvel at it. What is it about radio? What do you have to be a great radio broadcaster?
I just, like everyone else, try and have a bit of fun. Well, I think the most important thing in radio is engaging with people. Talk about what people want to talk about, you know, and sometimes, and everyday things that happen to them, you know, with their teams and their sporting teams, or other things that happen in life, or other sporting things that turn up. You know, I mean, I remember one day how things happened. When I was a kid growing up, you know, wrestling was big.
Yeah.
Wrestling was big too in this town.
Yep.
Boxing was big. You know, every Friday night I would sit down and I would listen on DB, used to do it. Ron Casey used to broadcast the fights every Friday night, and that's when I first heard about Lionel Rose and Johnny Famechon and, you know, Tony Mundine and, you know, George Bracken and Maxie Carlos, all these great Australian fighters, all through Friday night on the thing. And they were, you know, great nights, and radio was great, but it was all about entertaining, you know, and wrestling was big, and there was Dad to Festival Hall to see Chief Little Wolf.
What a great name.
Chief Little Wolf.
Chief
He'd come into the ring and you have the big headband on with all the feathers, and it used to be at the Royal Melbourne Show as well. I remember Chief Little Wolf at the Royal Melbourne Show, and he'd have a wrestling troupe group, and Jimmy Sharman would have the boxing, and he'd have the wrestling, and he'd hop into the ring, and the great Chief Little Wolf.
What a great name! I love it.
Great Chief Little Wolf had the Indian Deathlock. That was his famous signature hold. And once he got you in the Indian Deathlock, you were dead. No one ever escaped the Indian Deathlock. No one. And he had a daughter called Marquita. And she...
Didn't get caught in the deathlock, did she?
Well, no, but she became a singer. Right. Like a pop singer.
Yeah.
And she had a... Look it up. You look up Marquita, and she had a hit record here, Marquita. Anyway, just talking about how you make radio, and you talk about things that, particularly if you can talk about things that people can instantly come to mind themselves, things they've experienced themselves.
Yeah.
That's the key to it. They've experienced it themselves. So I got talking for some reason one day on radio about Chief Little Wolf, and I tell you, the lines lit up, and I spoke about Chief Little Wolf, I reckon, for well over an hour.
Did you?
With people telling me about meeting Chief Little Wolf. He used to go around to schools. He used to visit all the hospitals, the Royal Children's Hospitals. The chief, he was larger than life, you know. And everyone seemed to have a story about Chief Little Wolf. Some say he was an Hungarian bloke and put on the feathers, you know, and had a fish and chip shop or somewhere in Fitzroy. But others said he was a full-blown Cherokee Indian, all that sort of stuff. And it just happened to be out of this. And the great Joey Pignataro also worked here at UZ.
My word.
Was producing for me. And I said, he's got a daughter, Marquita. Where is she? And he tracked her down. And she was in America.
Really?
In America. And she'd been a mayor. She was a mayor of one of the local towns over there. And so we got her on talking about her dad. And she was just fantastic. And she was so thrilled, you know, that people had so many great memories of her dad. Now, when the show started on that particular day, Chief Little Wolf wasn't on the agenda. I can tell you that. But that's one of the things you've got to do in radio. Go with the flow. Go with what catches people's attention.
Yep.
You know, and sometimes you may be talking sport, and that is sport wrestling, but then you start talking about human beings and their contribution and what they meant in people's lives and how they inspired them and things of that nature. Yeah. You know, I remember one day doing a sports program on SEN. And again, I was doing it with Dr. Turf. We started doing Drive. Till we both got sacked. And I resigned, actually. Doc, I think, got sacked, I resigned. But anyway, it doesn't matter. And I remember one day just talking about running around the tan and doing all those sorts of things. And as I drove past, there was a sign that said, "Beware of snakes." And I thought to myself, now, I've been around that area lots of times, running from Punt Road, up Anderson Street Hill, around the tan, all that sort of stuff. Because... you know, I was at Richmond for 19 years and 4 years as coach, and I had never seen a snake in all that period of time. But there was the sign, "Beware of snakes." And so I just threw it out there and said, has anyone ever seen a snake, you know, at Anderson Street Hill or, you know, that? Well, I guarantee you, for the next hour, maybe longer, people had snake stories. Wow. And encounters with snakes. Not only there, but, you know, popping up everywhere. So
it's not the place you want them popping up.
Sometimes you can slow the track, but sport leads you there off the track, and therefore people they want to talk about things that they know. And the thing that's best of all about sport is that you don't have to be the Prime Minister of Australia. You don't have to be the smartest person, you don't have to be a scientist, you don't have to be highly educated. All you have to do is know sport and love your sport. And once you love your sport, you have an opinion that you regard your opinion is as good as anyone else.
Yep.
Your opinion is as good as the Prime Minister of Australia, because you're talking about Collingwood and you're talking about Carlton, or you're talking about racing, or, you know, boxing, whatever it is. Again, it gives you an opinion. It gives the ordinary everyday person an opinion that they can express, and they're very happy to express it on radio with talkback radio. And that's one of the great things that happened with radio, that talkback radio came in, and all of a sudden you can hear what the public want to talk about.
Well, you're the master of it, KB. I've enjoyed working with you for many, many years, and to be able to share a few minutes with you, reminisce the great of 3 years Ed, over 100 years, and your part in that has been an absolute joy.
Is that it, is it?
That's it.
That's it.
Well,
That's it. So I'm sacked again, am I?
Sacked again.
Sacked again.
We're going to sell the station shortly, so
is it Sunday?
I can't remember what day it is. Don't ever answer the door.
Hear that? Don't answer the door. It's been great catching up with you, Dan. You're one of my, can I say, you're one of my favourite people of all time. I think you're the best hosting broadcaster in the business. I said that when you were at SEN, and I was thrilled when you came here to 3UZ, and I know you did a bit of stuff in between 3UZ and backwards and forwards with AW at one stage. I think you're one of the great radio talents, not only in football but in hosting and in sport. And I don't think there's anyone else in the country who can do it as good as you.
You're a very nice man.
I know I am.
I appreciate that. As we finish today, the listeners are going to get a chance to have a listen to Marquita and her hit song, daughter of Chief... What's his name again?
Chief Little Wolf.
Chief Little Wolf. Here she is.
A voice of 3UZ and RSN through the years has been Father Gerard Dowling. He broadcast his family counselling program for 50 years. That's right, 5 decades. We've got a special for you, 1978. We're going back when he was joined by Gene Bradley Fisk in the studio.
This is 3UZ National News.
It's 9 o'clock. Good evening. I'm Ron Locke. It's continuing mild across the city. With half of Melbourne's service stations out of petrol in the wake of the tanker drivers' strike, Premier Dick Hamer says the drivers must attend the mass meeting scheduled for tomorrow. The Prime Minister, Malcolm Fraser, says the 1980s will be years of optimism, development and excitement for all Australians. In a broadcast to the nation this evening, Mr Fraser said only governments acting in partnership with all citizens could create the Australia of which we dream. He referred only briefly to unemployment. However, the Prime Minister said it was because of the government's concern for unemployment that it is prepared to work and take up hard work, unpopular decisions that it knows are right for Australia and Australians. And in golf, American Hale Irwin was today's $100,000 May Nicholas PGA Championship winner by 8 strokes from Western Australian Graham Marsh at Royal Melbourne Golf Course. Melbourne's weather? A few showers persisting for Monday, but mainly fine conditions, a cool southerly breeze. Overnight low of 9, the top expected 16. On the bay, south to southwesterly winds would average 15 knots with mainly choppy seas. In Melbourne, it's 13.5 degrees. Ron Locke, 3UZ National News.